a second more. Stay on that screen. Okay, we're now live streaming. I'm going to start the recording, then I'll count us in, and then we're basically live. So we'll flow through the agenda from there. So
do you want me to literally start as soon as you hit enter the waiting room, or you want me to pause for
no, pause. Yeah, pause for 10 seconds, let everyone flow in, and then you can do the welcome.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to count us down and then let everybody in. So give me a second. All right, I think this will do it. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I think Shereen.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to Together 2023. We're really excited to have you here with us today. I'm Chris Carter. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Schulich School of Business, Canada's top-ranked MBA, located here in Toronto, Canada, and also on campus in India and Hyderabad. And we're here for year 3 of our program with Startup India. It's going to be a great day, a great opportunity to meet with some wonderful thinkers and creative visionary entrepreneurs from throughout India and Canada. Also meet our young and up-and-coming entrepreneurs supported by their Schulich teams and mentors, and see what the top 6 have to offer today. We're really excited to get going, and we have a bit of an agenda to roll through before we get into the pitches and then to our special speakers. But with that, I'm going to turn things over to my co-host, Surabhi, to talk to us about Startup India and their role and her thoughts as we enter the competition today. Surabhi.
Thank you, Chris. Really very excited. Greetings to the audience from Canada, India, and other corners of the world. Namaste, hello, and bonjour. For any country, youth is the driving force of country's economy, especially for developing countries such as India and Canada. And hence, with that vision, to nurture the young minds of India and Canada, we are at the 3rd edition of the Together program, a joint initiative by Startup India, DPIIT, and Schulich School of Business. With this background, I am very elated to share that on the closing ceremony of Together 2023, we are graced with the presence of our esteemed guests, and also looking forward to the pitches by the top 6. Over to you, Chris.
Great. Thanks, Surabhi. And now we'll just go through some quick items, talk to you a little bit about the program today and also about the program overall in general. First of all, a special shout out to all our honorable guest speakers that we have with us today. A really interesting collective of people who will bring you their thoughts on the program. And we won't dive into the detailed bios for them because you're going to get them as we introduce each guest and you'll get to meet them as we go along. But we're excited to have them all here with us today. As we continue along, let's take a look at the program overview. Where have the teams come through to get to this point? It wasn't just the last couple of weeks. It started back in September when we started getting the applications rolling in, registrants who wanted to be part of the program. And they've gone through an extensive series of workshops and boot camps and mentor sessions, working with their Schulich teams, working with all kinds of interesting professionals to build them up to this point. We got to a top 100. That was amazing. We got down to a top 21. That was fantastic. Now we're at the top 6. In terms of the focus of the program, we're looking at startups that have an impact on self-reliability, sustainability, and social purpose. And here are just some of the kinds of categories that we've been working with and that we've seen throughout the program. So we're really inspired by the fact that not only is this something that is bringing new businesses into the world, but there's big impact with what's being done. We want to give a shout out as well to the mentors along the way, 50 plus of them who have been working with our young entrepreneurs and guiding them throughout the process. matching mentors, one from India, one from Canada, working together side by side, helping and guiding and bringing their expertise. So thanks to all the mentors, and you'll hear from one of the representatives, Shai Noelman, later on in the program. We also want to give a big shout out to my class in Hyderabad, the amazing group of MBA and India students with the Schulich School of Business, part of a course bringing business ideas to life that they were part of this year, working with myself and Shrey, and they've been instrumental as a backbone to helping support the entrepreneurs and also program manage and guide with the Canadian students at Schulich as well too. So thank you to yourselves, and also to all the Canadian students who were supporting the program as volunteers as well back in Canada. We appreciate all your time and your effort and your diligence in working with the companies. We also want to give a shout out to our trainers. There were a group of trainers that came in and worked in detail with our teams to help guide them in some key principles as they built up to this point. And some of them were online and as late as like in Canadian hours, late last night, working with the teams, Frank and David, who were doing the final pitch tweaks and like the final commentary to get them ready for this morning and this evening in India. Thanks to all our trainers as well. We also want to thank our semifinal judges. There was a detailed process when we got to the 21 and then came down to the top 6. We needed to really look at companies, and Surabhi and I can tell you that these were companies that all impressed us. It was very hard for the semifinal judges to get down to that final 6, but they did, and they provided detailed feedback to those teams, and their ideas. And we want to give a special shout out to AJ from Startup Reso, who was the lead judge on all of that process to do the final review of all the commentary that came in. He spent a lot of time and did a great job. We want to thank our community supporters as well, the City of Toronto, the Consul General of India in Toronto, Startup India and Invest India, and then all of the partners here, Contrarian, Indo-Canada Chamber of Commerce, Tangentia, Tree Frog, My Studia, Style Photos, Thai Toronto, Startup Reso, Best Lab at York University, and Y-Space. All of them are fundamental to help providing prizing and supporting us so that we can provide, as you'll see later on, the cash prizes to the top 2 teams to help support their initiatives. So we want to say thank you to all the organizations who got behind us and helped us out and get to this point. We also want to give a shout out to our resource partners from India who have stepped up and provided platforms and technology to the companies in the program. And they've also come out, and some of them have spent time training and coaching the students as well too. So a great group of organizations from AWS for Startups, Zoho, and Stackbee as well too. Thank you for all of you for helping us out. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Surabhi, to talk about our first awesome speaker who I can't wait to hear from.
Likewise, Chris. So without further ado and with immense pleasure, I would like to invite our first speaker, Ms. Shivangi Jain, AVP Startup India. Welcome, Shivangi. Shivangi has over a decade of experience across domains of startups, strategic partnerships, business development, marketing, government relations, and investment banking. Passionate about startups, in her current role, she oversees the company's strategic initiatives of global strategy and corporate partnerships. She has been instrumental to over 200 plus corporate programs and over 50 dedicated global market access initiatives, and is the key for many multilateral programs such as establishment of the recent Startup 20 at G20 and BRICS Startup Forum. Prior to this, Shivangi has worked with OYO and Union Bank of Switzerland as a co-team member and worked across functions of operations, strategy, and marketing. Besides this, Shivangi is deeply passionate about music, nature, books, and craft. Shivangi has been a part of Together program since its inception, and we are really looking forward to hear from you, Shivangi. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Surabhi, and thanks, Chris, as well. Always a pleasure to be here. Hi, everyone. I'm Shivangi. I'm a part of the Startup India initiative under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And my greetings to Mr. Detlef Zuwick, Minister Vic Fideli, and everyone who's joined us today from both the geographies for this very, very special program. Today is a very, very special day for us and also very exciting times as we come towards the closing ceremony of the Together program. Together program has been one of our flagship initiatives in the academia domain, and we've nurtured this program with a lot of love and hard work over the last 3 years. And why this program is so special and also very close to our hearts is because this serves as a brilliant entrepreneurship bridge between Indian and Canadian potential entrepreneurs and student entrepreneurs as well. So while today marks the third edition of this program, we are all very excited to be here and really excited to see that what's in store. And I'm sure there are going to be very, very exciting stories and pitches as well. Talking about India, what India is going through is very unprecedented transformation. A transformation where every second, 3 new people are joining internet in India and 2 of them are from villages. By 2025, we'll have over 1 billion people on the net and already 1 billion people with mobile phones connected to a bank account, a unique bank account. 1 billion people will have unique ID card as well, that's India Stack. For the first time in human economic history, a brand new company got 100 million new customers in 180 days, and that was because of the magic of India Stack. For Startup India, it's just an 84-month-old initiative, but India is already the third largest country in terms of number of unicorns, third largest in number of startups, and the largest ecosystem in terms of number of startups being added every day, which brings us to over 90,000 plus startups that we have as recognized startups in India. And in fact, within the lockdown itself, we added 1 unicorn almost. There was a period where we added almost 1 unicorn every week, and world was locked at home. And in these most trying circumstances, what really came out was that this lockdown was not just a resilience for India, but also for the businesses that have nurtured and that have great potential in this economy as well. And 15, 20 years back, we did not have many opportunities like a Together program. People were on their own. Explaining entrepreneurship was difficult, at least in India. And, you're convincing your parents used to be a mammoth task in terms of why do I want to take this plunge and why do I want to go ahead with this? Cut to now where in India we have, on the Startup India portal itself, we have more than 550,000 plus users. And of these 100,000 plus users are actually student entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs. For me, as a part of Startup India, I've had the opportunity to interact with various student entrepreneurs and get inspired by them. And that's where this program remains very special, because I think this is a program that we've been continuously doing over the last 3 years in partnership with Schulich School of Business, with our High Commission and various partners, the resource partners, the community partners, and ecosystem partners who've actually come forth and have been so supportive and trusted this program with a lot of their time, effort, and the resources as well. This would not have been possible without them. And today, as we are towards the conclusion of this program, my huge congratulations to not just the 6 startups and the teams that we'll be presenting today, but also the 25 teams and everybody who participated as a part of this program. This will always be a continuous effort and a continuous endeavor for us, and we'll keep on coming up with the additions. So every opportunity is a new opportunity for you. And in the end, I would just say that maybe together, let's make new mistakes and learn from them. And this is truly exciting. So my heartiest congratulations and best wishes to everybody. And thank you so much for having me as a part of this ceremony. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Chris and Surbeen.
Thank you, Shivangi, and thanks for being here and making the time this morning. You've been an incredible leader throughout the process, 3 years now. People can't imagine all the work that goes on behind the scenes and all the contributions from everyone on the Startup India team, but you're always a WhatsApp message away when we need you and always show up in key moments to help us out. You bring such a unique perspective on the entire landscape in India in terms of what's been, what's here now, and what is emerging and what you see for the future. And we've been really happy to have you bring that into the classroom as well as a guest lecturer this year at the Schulich School of Business, and the students really appreciated their time with you. So thank you for joining us today. With that, we're going to switch over and we're going to introduce the Dean of the Schulich School of Business, who we're really excited to have here with us today, Detlev Zwick. Detlev is the Dean of the Schulich School of Business here at York University, where he's been a member of the faculty since 2002. He's a professor of marketing and the Tana H. Schulich Chair in Digital Marketing Strategy. Prior to assuming the role of Dean in 2021, Professor Zwick served as the school's interim dean, and under his leadership, the school launched several key initiatives focusing on delivering a world-class student experience, intensifying research, and as well, building out a real transformation into the world of online education. At that time, he also worked to collaborate with a wide range of stakeholders to address systemic barriers for Black and Indigenous students and engaging partners to help financially support a record number of students. Dean Zwick, we're happy to have you as a supporter of the Together program and really happy to have you here with us today.
Hey, Chris, I think we're having a technical difficulty with the Dean here.
Okay.
So maybe we can move forward just for a second here to our next speaker.
So our next speaker who's joining us via video recording, do you have that lined up, Vito?
Yes.
All right, so we'll come back to the Dean in a few moments, and the anticipation will build in terms of the Dean's appearance. Just a little bit of drama for Together 2023 to start the evening and the day. So we're happy to now introduce the Honorable Vic Fideli, a lifelong entrepreneur, successful business person, author, and philanthropist, serving in the Ontario government as the Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, and Chair of Cabinet, and someone who has really championed the Indo-Canadian Bridge from an economic perspective, going to India, building ties, building relationships, and really championing in Ontario this connection, this special connection that we both have. So with that, Vito, I will turn it over to you to play the remarks from the Minister.
Hi, everybody. Vic Fideli here, Ontario's Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. On behalf of Premier Ford and the Ontario government, welcome to Together 2023. We want to extend a big thank you to the Schulich School of Business and Startup India for continuing this annual global initiative. We also want to thank all the mentors and speakers who are participating. Your commitment to developing the next generation of entrepreneurial leaders is an inspiration to all of us. You know, Ontario and India have a long-standing history as economic partners. Our province is home to more than 900,000 people from the Indian community, the largest in all of Canada. And this includes the more than 75,000 Indian students.
Hey, Detlev, are you having issues getting into the Zoom or anything?
Naturally, the connection between our two regions continues to grow, which in turn fosters trade and investment opportunities. Since 2019, we have completed 4 successful trade missions to build on our relationship, including one just late last year. Our strong economic partnership has benefited millions of people and supported $3.6 billion in two-way trade in 2021. And that's just the beginning. Events like Together 2023 further strengthen our relationship while fostering new partnerships and opportunities. By continuing to work together, Ontario and India are creating the conditions for entrepreneurs to succeed. So congratulations to all of the teams and the finalists participating in this event. And thank you for contributing your talents to Ontario's dynamic innovation ecosystem. We wish you continued success. Thanks, everybody.
I would like to thank Honorable Minister on behalf of Startup India DPIIT for sharing his learnings, his vision, and also we promise to keep bridging this gap between India and Canada. Chris, over to you. Chris, you're on mute.
Sorry, just juggling some of that live startup energy in terms of what's going on and dealing with things. The Dean has a few fires that he's fighting right now. So Vito, if we have our next guest lined up, I think we'll move forward in the program. Okay, so let's go now to, we've had our introduction, we've had our special welcome. We'll see if we can get back to the dean later, and we thank Minister Fedeli for his recording and joining us today. Okay, so now we're going to introduce the judges. You know, this morning when I looked at the judging panel, I was just struck by the depth of capability, achievement, and just all around like really great group of people who have done like good things to help young people out in the world that this group is. So I'm really excited just to watch them do their thing today and to go into action. We're not going to go into detailed bios for each of them, but we are going to give like a quick shout out to each of them individually. So first of all, we have Naveen. And Naveen is the partner, one of the GPs with Antler Canada, which we'll talk about further with one of our judges as we go along. But with Antler Canada, it's part of a global network helping young startup entrepreneurs get on their feet, get funded, and get out into the world. I've watched his work with those young people. It's quite amazing. And before that, he built an impressive company in the travel space called Flight Network. He's been a together speaker, donor, mentor, judge. He's done it all. He hasn't been a trainer yet. Maybe we'll have to get him to do that next year, but we're happy to have Naveen here with us today. We're also joined by Arati, and Arati is the founder of Backbone Angels that specifically works here in Canada, investing in women and people of color. And before that, she was Shopify's director of product marketing, very highly regarded in that work across the country and around the world for what she did with Shopify, and also as a leader in the angel investing space here. She's a returning judge from last year, and we're happy to have her here with us today. Another returning judge is Anchor, and Anchor is the co-founder of Eduversity and also of the Hostel Fund. And he has been like a very insightful and helpful judge for us over the last 2 years. And with Hostel Fund has invested in a wide number of really compelling young student-focused startups. So he's a real expert in leaning into understanding what it takes for a student to build a successful company. We also have Rajiv from Antler India. So an Antler connection, we've got the Antler Canada and Antler India connection as well too. And he co-founded Urban Ladder, which is known as one of India's most beloved online furniture e-commerce companies, and has achieved amazing things in his own right as an entrepreneur, and is now helping all of this next wave and generation of young entrepreneurs with Antler India. And lastly, we have Sahil, who is the co-founder of Delivery, and also who has been like an amazing friend to the program. The very first person that I called when we had the idea with Startup India, and I had to seek some feedback from friends of Schulich in India. I called Sahil, and he spent his generous time with me to sit down and talk about what he thought would be a vision and an opportunity for this program. And he's been a regular visitor and guest lecturer to our classrooms at Schulich as well too, both in person and online. And we really appreciate all his time and how he's extended his network to everything that we've done. So that's our judging panel. And we're really excited to have them here with us today. So with that, Surabhi, I think we're feeling good. We're ready to go. And we're going to open up the first presentation. Now, a tiny bit, just so everybody who's watching knows in terms of format, and a reminder to the judges. The student teams will have 8 minutes to present. Students, I'm going to cut you off at 8 minutes. So I hope you're keeping an eye on the time because we have to keep everybody honest. I won't cut you off mid-sentence, but pretty close. And then you'll have 12 minutes to take questions from the judges at that point. Judges, I will be going in a rotational order, which makes sure that 2 judges get a shot with every team. And after I call you out in order for the 2 that are on the hook for the team to lead the questions, then we will open the floor if we have more time in the 12 minutes for other judges to put up their hand. Please do a digital hand raise if you can and jump in. So with that, we're going to call upon the Breast Cancer Awareness and Examination, BAE, for our first presentation. A welcome team. Vito, we have share screen capability in place.
Yes, we should be able to share.
Great. So you can share screen, team. And once that's up and you go full screen, I will count you in. In 3, 2, 1, and the timer is on.
Hello, everyone. So today I'm here to pitch our startup venture, BAY, which is Breast Cancer Awareness and Examination. I am Khushi Ruparel, a co-founder, along with my partner, Pushti Sheth. We are both engineering students from Mumbai. And so we would like to begin by telling you a story. Meet Riya. She is a 32-year-old working mother, and recently her aunt was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. This made Riya concerned about her own breast health and wants to take preventative measures. But the problem is that she does not know of any tools to assess her breast cancer risk, which is both free and can be taken on the go. So to elaborate more on the problem, 87,000 women died from breast cancer in India in 2020 due to late detection. Barriers such as poor cancer awareness and low affordability make early diagnosis difficult. Despite mammography being the recommended screening method, many women do not undergo screening due to financial and accessibility barriers. In India, women shy away from talking about a lump, discharge, or pain in their breast, leading to late detection. However, 9 out of 10 women survive when treated in the early stages. Thus, we present our solution, BAY, a one-stop application.
Your presentation is not visible.
It's not?
I can see it on our end. Can we have confirmation from Chris? Can you see it? You got me, Chris.
No, Vito, we can't see it.
I can see it.
Okay.
Should we reshare?
Yeah, we're getting some confirmation that people can't see it. I can see it. You can reshare one more time. Yeah, we're getting a few people saying they can't see it. So let me.
Okay, it's
So
visible
should we
now.
start again?
Yes, people are starting to confirm they can see it. So
Okay, you know what? I'm going to let you restart, and I don't want you to have to restart the flow. So let's restart and make sure that everybody can see. Okay, so we're good. Get a few more thumbs up in the audience that we can see it still.
perfect.
Before I count people in. Great, and we'll count you in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so once again, hello everyone. My name is Khushi Ruparel. I'm a co-founder along with my partner Pushti Sheth, and we are both engineering students from Mumbai. So I would like to begin by telling you a story. So meet Riya. She is a 32-year-old working mother. Recently, her aunt was diagnosed with stage 3 of breast cancer. This made Riya really concerned about her own breast health, and she wants to take preventative measures. But the problem is that she does not know of any tools to assess her breast cancer risk, which is both free and it can be taken on the go. To elaborate more on the problem, 87,000 women died from breast cancer in India in 2020 due to late detection. Barriers such as poor cancer awareness and low affordability make early diagnosis difficult. Despite mammography being the recommended screening method, many women do not undergo screening due to financial and accessibility barriers. In India, women shy away from talking about a lump, discharge, or pain in their breast, leading to late detection. However, 9 out of 10 women can survive when they are treated in the early stages of breast cancer. Thus, we present our solution, BAY, which is a one-stop application that enables early detection and awareness through an AI-powered risk assessment, treatment and care by connecting patients to doctors and providing advanced breast health tracking, wellness for breast cancer through online support groups, creating a community for survivors, patients, and doctors. So through BAY, we aim to improve the accessibility and the affordability in cancer care through a data-driven AI-based risk assessment. The AI-enabled evaluation will determine the patient's risk level based on regulated diagnosis in just 2 minutes. Our model considers various breast cancer risk factors such as family history, intake of hormonal pills, lifestyle choices, and the user's past health data to make a prediction. Our first of its kind algorithm currently makes predictions with 87% accuracy. Bayes self-assessment module will be accessible to women of all the ages via a smartphone. So coming back to Ria, she finds out about Bay on Instagram, and since then she has been taking regular risk assessments for free. Ria is tested for high risk of breast cancer and looks for an oncologist on Bay. She uses her Bay referral code to gain discounts on consultations. With the help of advanced data insights on Bay, her doctor has a better understanding of her breast health and creates an effective treatment plan. Now, Bay regularly reminds Ria about her appointments. So we found some very generous testimonials after we conducted a user survey for cancer patients and survivors, around 10 to 20 of them. And we collectively came to a consensus that the problem of lack of accessibility and affordability of resources for breast cancer early detection is very prevalent among women in India. And we're elated to share that Bay was validated as a need of the hour by our subjects of this survey. So now let's get into some numbers. 8 million women in India are aged 30 to 40 have a good chance of being detected early, and thus they are our target market. Around 50% of the population in Maharashtra is urban, out of which considering 25% as our song. We also wish to target 2% of women in rural Maharashtra as awareness is most needed in these areas. So Bay shows an opportunity for 6 billion rupees in sales per year for a monthly package valued at 250 rupees. Compared to our competitors, Bay differs in its approach. Our competitors apply smart technologies to aid the radiologist, whereas we provide AI-based technology to the women themselves. We provide discount on consultations to remove the financial barriers and give women advanced analytical insights for accurate diagnosis. A significant advantage of Bay is in its growth. As we collect more data, we will be able to provide better accuracy and advanced features, putting us ahead of our competitors. By partnering with NGOs and government healthcare initiatives like Anganwadi and collaborating with influencers and medical associations, our marketing strategy aims to raise awareness and make our platform accessible to women in both urban and rural areas. We plan to grow by offering affordable pricing, targeted advertisements, and optimized features and free trials. So talking about the revenue sources, our revenue sources are twofold: a freemium model for women and a pay-per-patient model for doctors. In the freemium model, an AI-based risk assessment is provided for free, whereas the breast health tracking and management system is paid at a cost of 250 rupees per month. In the pay-per-patient model, we list the doctors on our platform free of cost and charge a 4% commission on the doctor's fee per patient they receive through Bay. Our expenses include app and algorithm development, cloud services, and marketing. At the heart of our venture, it is about doing social good and to empower women to fight breast cancer. Bay directly complements UN SDG 3, which is about good health and well-being. Our mission aligns with the World Health Organization's Global Breast Cancer Initiative focused on promoting early detection, timely diagnosis, and comprehensive management. So now talking about sustainability. According to recent studies, medical imaging consumes a considerable amount of energy and generates a substantial volume of greenhouse gases. Women are advised to go through regular breast cancer screening as a precaution. This radiation is harmful for the women as well as for the environment. Thus, in terms of sustainability, we provide a solution to reduce this carbon footprint and also avoid paper waste by digitally storing the patient's breast health history and records. Currently, we are in the ideation stage. Our plan of action involves implementing the complete vision of Bay in phases, starting with data collection in March of 2023 through partnerships with research organizations and patient surveys. By December 2023, we aim to launch Bay as a fully functioning platform. If we are entrusted with the prize money, we have also provided a bifurcation of how we plan to use it in order to support and establish our startup. So talking about our ask, to bring our vision to life, we seek incubation and networking opportunities, focusing on business and marketing mentorship. Additionally, we would greatly appreciate the chance to connect with healthcare researchers and oncologists to expand our network. Talking about our team, it comprises of 2 founders, myself and Pushti Sheth. We are also backed by an amazing team of advisors, including Drs. Janika and Nirali and Mr. Vineet Ashar. Also, a big shout out to our team members from Schulich and our mentors for being supportive every step of the way. So just like Ria, we aspire to reach out to other women who can benefit from there. And together, I hope we can create a better and healthier future for women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. And now with that, we'll move to questions from our judges. And we're going in the order of introductions today. So the first two judges that will be asking questions here will be Naman and Arati. So Naman, we'll start with you.
Well, great presentation. Congratulations for making it this far. I love big audacious goals, which is fantastic. But one of the things I'm not seeing from the presentation is how exactly does the technology work?
So basically what we're trying to do here is that we want to leverage data in order to understand the patterns of breast cancer and help in the diagnosis process of breast cancer. So it has technologically been proven that predictions made by ML algorithms are much better than medical predictions that are made by humans. So we want to leverage data in order to find patterns and provide an early diagnosis to the women.
Okay, great. So does the patient, how do you get that data? Is it from a physical, or do they have to input it?
Okay, so initially to train our model, we are planning on getting data through user surveys, reaching out to research organizations, and buying the necessary data from research companies. And after we have trained our model, the basic data that will be taken from the women will be in the form of questions like, do you have a history of family cancer? Did you have a child after the age of 30? So such questions will be used to diagnose if the woman is at a high risk of getting breast cancer at that age.
Also, one more type of data that we'll be taking from the women will be the self-examinations, which will be regular self-examinations. And using that data also, we'll be estimating the risk.
Great. So is that where you feel like the special part of your company is, the technology here in this part here? And how have you developed this?
So initially, yes, we believe that our USP is our technology and our idea. So yes, we have developed a basic prototype considering some general parameters, with which we have got an 87% accuracy. But with data, it's like the more data you have, the better accuracy you can get and the more parameters you can include. So that is our goal from now, to collect more data and try to get a better accuracy. And yes, so our vision is not just about the technology, it's about making this technology accessible and affordable. So it is also about the social cause of supporting women with this technology.
Great. I'll turn over to Aarti.
Hey everyone, similar questions to Naman. Can you go back to the slide of the actual app? Where do I interact with this? Is this something that I would download? Is it something that maybe my doctor would send over to me? I'm just trying to understand. I get the data part. I understand like what happens when I fill out the questionnaire, but what is my first contact to this product and why would I be searching out for this product?
Okay, so in today's time, what happens is women, the target market we're considering, those women are highly prone to get breast cancer. And it is seen that working women especially, and generally all women are not aware about breast self-examinations, and there is no one-stop solution over here. So what happens is the woman downloads the application. We have the we have the risk analysis, which the woman performs through an assessment. She can also connect through doctors, use our referral code and get discounts on her consultations through the doctor. She keeps track of her breast examinations, of her appointments, and her medications through our app. So it is a woman-centric application.
I would like to
Great.
add one thing. What we know when we started with this idea, what we noticed was that technology is leveraged for breast cancer, but it is leveraged for the radiologist and for the doctors. There's nothing that is for the women that they can directly contact with, or they can, directly be independent with the technology. So that is what we're trying to do here, to make the women independent and feel free to, take charge of their own breast health. So the application is for the women.
Great.
Also, where
Thanks.
doctors come in, sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead. I want to hear that.
So where doctors come in play here is when they go for consultations on the app of the woman itself. They will be able to see data insights of the risk assessments and of all the questions that they've been asked in the risk assessment, of their breast self-examinations, of all the history related to their health, which is input in the application. So the doctor is able to view all this from the woman's app herself.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks to our two leading judges in this particular presentation. We have enough time for probably one or two questions from other members of the judging panel. If anyone would like to throw in a question, just let me know. Put up your hand here. And okay, so we got Anchor. I saw you put up your hand, so we'll go to you first.
Yeah, hey, hi guys. I think great problem, the large segment. Obviously, sides to the questions with the other partners are, what I'm very curious to understand, what are your insights on which you have decided the monthly pricing? Do the patients or the women would tend to check this every week, every month? I'm curious to know the insights.
Okay, so our idea about the pricing was that it is 250 rupees per month. So it is around 3,000 rupees per year. And the average family income of a household in India is around 4 to 5 lakhs. So according to that, we find 250 rupees to be very affordable. And also it is sustainable for us to run this business with that. And so that was our idea about the pricing.
Also, what you can see here is we are providing the risk assessment for free. And the pricing model contains the tracking and the personalized insights.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Anchor. Rajiv, you have a question.
Hey, hi team. Nice presentation. I have two sort of related questions. One is, how are people doing this right now? As in, who is quote unquote competition, either offline or online? And two, is there a, of whatever I know, is there an education challenge which is earlier than this solution challenge, which is, are enough people even aware at a younger age to even test this? And is education going to be the bigger problem here rather than just an AI-based solution?
So I would say there is an education problem, but the awareness problem is kind of not a big problem now, because the deaths due to breast cancer is increasing. So more people are coming to know about it, that you have to take precautions for it. And so that's why, yes, education is a challenge. We have to target awareness. And what was the second part of your question?
Who is competition? And before that, would you know how many searches happen for this particular keywords? Let's say breast cancer or breast cancer awareness and stuff. How many searches in a month or in a year happen in Google?
I would say it's not quite a lot. So we do need awareness in this area. Talking about the competition, yes, there are competitors. But as I said, there are a lot of people who are leveraging technology. If we just talk about technology, they are leveraging technology in terms of medical use. There's nothing for women to directly be in contact with, because cancer is all about early detection. There is no cure for cancer. If it gets detected early, then there's a better chance of you surviving. And I think if that is the case, then women should have something to, take charge of that and do do something about it themselves. So that is the gap we are trying to fill over here.
Got it. Have you heard of
I would like to add.
Have you heard of Niramai? Niramai?
Yeah, I have heard about them, and
Okay.
I know what they do.
How would you compare yours against Niramai? Let's say, how would you compare yours against Niramai? Because I didn't see that here in the columns.
Yeah, so I would say that Niramai is doing something that is similar to Vara. They are developing AI technologies to analyze mammographies. So they are using AI, they are applying that technology to mammographies. But that is very late, we feel. It's like a lot of women don't know, so they won't go for a mammography. So there's this gap in the middle. So there's no one to bridge that gap.
Also, to answer your question about the awareness, yes, there is very less awareness, and awareness is also one of the things that we are catering to with BAE. So I think that was BAE will also solve the problem of awareness.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, great job, team, and thank you, judges, for your questions. Now we have a 5-minute interval for the judges to go and do their scoring offline in their sheets. So judges, take your time with that now. And Surabhi and I will have a chat. And when the judges come back, we'll kick up with the next presentation. That's kind of the rhythm of how we do things here. Surabhi, this is a great chance for us to hang out while the judges do their thing. Talk about a couple things that are going on in both of our worlds and both of our ecosystems. So the first question I have for you today is, India is currently the third largest, startup. We've got the third largest startup ecosystem here in India, in the world. And can you please tell us more about what's happening in the ecosystem, why it's growing from your perspective? Why is it growing so fast?
Thank you so much, Chris, for that question. So India, as you likely said, is the third largest ecosystem after the US and China. And adding on to from what Shivangi said, that we have been adding 80 startups every day. And there was a time when we were almost adding one unicorn every week, even though it was during the COVID time when businesses were winding up. India saw the light in a way that we were adding startups, we were adding unicorns, and we had maximum number of unicorns during 2021, which was the peak COVID area. As of today, we have more than 90,000 registered DPIIT startups. And when I say DPIIT startups, I mean to include the startups that have gone a basic preliminary check basis the DPIIT recognition standards, vis-a-vis turnover, vis-a-vis innovation index, vis-a-vis incorporation as a public company or a private company or an LLP. So we have around 90,000 startups. Again, we have around 47% of these startups from tier 2 and tier 3 cities in India. They are creating almost 11 jobs per startup on an average. And the Startup India Hub portal itself has over 600,000 users. And these users comprise of incubators, mentors, students, professors, startups, budding entrepreneurs, etc. So all these numbers talk about where India is today and where we are growing. Just to tell you more about the pace of our growth, I would like to highlight some more numbers vis-a-vis where we started when we started the Startup India initiative back in 2015 under the vision and mission of Honorable Prime Minister. We had approximately 4,000, 5,000 startups. And today, like I told you, we have grown by 20x almost. We have 90,000 startups. The unicorn numbers were approximately 7 to 8, and today we have 108 unicorns. So again, a 12 to 13-fold growth. The funding has been enormous. While we had only $8 billion back then in 2015-16 as funding for the early stage startups. Today, that number has grown by 10x, and we have around $85 billion. The investors have grown by 10x almost. The incubators we have in every nook and corner, and the total number is around 700 plus. Lastly, the state policy, because India is a country with many states and districts. We are very happy to share today that when we started, there were only 4 state policies, whereas today we have almost all states have startup policies today. So the interest that we see from states, from central government has been very, very crucial. Just a quick fact that if I go on a run, and by when I'm back from a run, the time, if I see, let's say 1 and 2 hours, it's almost that $1.26 million have been invested in an early stage startup in India. So these numbers and the interest that we have been getting from the young entrepreneurs has been really amazing. Chris, to answer why that has been happening is also because that the startups see this as an opportunity and also as the first career now. Earlier, before 2015, because of many reasons, it was usually not as the first priority. So Chris, I just wanted to check if I have more time. I have lots of things to add. I can keep going on. But let's focus on our second presentation if we are set for it.
Yeah, I think we're ready to bring back the judges now for the second presentation, but thanks for that. It's clear that, like, you know, the one message that I take away that joins everything together is that there's been this collective will, right? And that there's been a rallying of like forces across business and government. And more recently in the work that we've been doing and we've seen with institutions across India, like, you know, also like universities and colleges. And so everybody getting aligned and getting on the same page to do something and to see this as an area of importance. And it's been magnificent to see how quickly that's happened, because in other parts of the world, that's taken like a decade or a decade and a half to get to that point. Right. So it's quite incredible. Okay, so with that, we're going to get welcome our next presenters to the stage, and judges, I trust everyone is ready to go. So Team Udon, and we're going to ask you to come on and share screen. And as soon as you get that up, we get them, Vito, we get that team on focus there. So they're highlighted for everybody. Then we will count you in. And a reminder again to the team, we'll have 8 minutes for your presentation and up to 12 minutes for your questions. Great. So let's get share screen on there.
Yeah, we just start.
No, it is not. Thank you.
There we go. And I'll ask for audience again for a couple thumbs up if people are seeing screen, just to keep us from going down the path last time. That's great. Thanks, everyone. Okay, team. And we're going to count you in 3, 2, 1.
Right. So menstruation, or more commonly periods, is not a term one easily utters on the streets of India, because this term carries with it centuries of stigma and ignorance so entwined in our culture that out of the 336 million menstruating women in India, only about 36% have access to clean sanitary care products. The rest are too poor to afford it or just don't have regular access to it. This is what me and my grandma discussed 5 years back when I had my first period. She lives in the rural part of Bengal, and she had to frantically take a bus to the nearest town because most people in a village haven't even heard of a sanitary pad, let alone use one. This problem, however, runs way deeper. A research conducted by Delhi-based NGO Toxic Link concluded that mainstream pads in the market, whether organic or inorganic, contain high amount of carcinogenic chemicals and volatile inorganic compounds, leading to major fertility diseases and even cancer.
Further, the typical cost of a sanitary pad is so high that something so basic to hygiene is considered a luxury product, deeming it unaffordable for millions of women all across India. A separate issue threatening the environment is the amount of plastic that is there in these synthetic sanitary pads, including super absorbent polymers, which take 500 years to degrade. Hi, I'm Trisha.
I'm Anupriya and we are the co-founders, and we have a solution to all of these problems. Introducing Udon, a social business that collects sugarcane byproduct, which is an underutilized agro waste, and repurposes it back into innovative sanitary pads that's fully sustainable and more affordable than mainstream brands in the market. Further, our sanitary napkins are free from the many toxins and carcinogens that fatally impact daughters, sisters, and mothers in most families across India and the world at large. Now, unlike other sustainable paths out there, ours is highly affordable as the acquisition cost for our raw material is almost zero, which is minimal transportation cost. As we plan to acquire this from local fruit juice vendors who confirmed in a survey we conducted that the sugarcane stems practically become useless after the juice is squeezed out, and they have to spend extra money just to transport this huge amount of waste. That's why us upcycling this byproduct will help sugarcane industries get rid of their agro waste while allowing us to retail at such a low price as well.
So we made a 3D model of our product using Autodesk Maya. Now, do you see that green strip? That's an anion chip, which reduces our dependency of our pads on chemicals and fragrance causing irritation. This chip, upon getting in contact with moisture, releases negative ions, which bring a host of benefits like preventing bacteria from entering during menstruation, reducing discomfort, and eliminating odor.
Now, as you can see on the screen, our first layer will be the bagasse, and for a second absorptive layer, we'll use chitosan obtained from seafood waste source and two easily available chemicals, citric acid and urea, to form a highly viscous and porous cross-linked gel denoted as CHCAUR. It was found that the water absorption capacity of this compound was about 8 times compared to the super-absorbing polymers already used in commercial sanitary napkins. Hence, this is a way better alternative.
Our pads are free from chlorine bleach, SAPs, and other harmful chemicals. Also, the perforated layers of our pad allow for free passage of air, reducing the risk of infection. Our plant-based waterproof backing provides protection from leakage while sleeping.
Also understand that even today, a lot of cultures might consider period as a taboo. So to encourage rural women to use safe sanitary products freely, we thought of releasing a range of pads which are black in color instead of the standard white to help reduce the negative impact at the site of period blood. Further, the typical cost of a sustainable sanitary pad is so high, somewhere between ₹7 to ₹15 per pad, while we, on the other hand, will be producing pads at almost 90% less cost at ₹3 to ₹4. And that's why we believe our product to be, quite frankly, a revolution to the market.
Now, this is the working prototype that we made with the help of Dr. Sabapati, a professor and IIT teacher. We'll further be working with IIT Delhi to create the MVP of our product and get all the necessary clinical tests done. Now, we presented our idea to our advisory board member, Dr. Katiyar, who provided highly valuable feedback and validated the feasibility of our pads, which is further enabling us to apply for clinical testing and patents in the subcontinent. Now, India generates 113 tons of menstrual waste every single year. Thus, there's a lack of proper disposal of soil sanitary pads.
Now, we don't want our product to add to that waste as well, which is why to make our product biodegradable to a T, we will be utilizing the outer surface area of the sugarcane stem known as rind and producing individual sealed packets for an eco-friendly and safer disposal.
We aim to empower women who are unable to work during menstruation due to the lack of access to sanitary products and proper facilities, and hence face barriers in their work and personal life. We've targeted to fulfill the SDG goals of gender equality, climate action, and good health and well-being. Now, according to research and markets, the market for feminine hygiene products was valued at $388 million in 2020 and is expected to reach $848 million by 2025 at a compound annual growth rate of 17%. So we can easily scale in the future. And because of the huge consumer base globally, even the low price of our product promises high return on investments.
Now, to talk about our customer segment for a bit, according to the Menstrual Health Alliance of India, a large percentage of urban working women are now choosing organic alternatives, which is hinting at a generation that is far more sustainably conscious than all others. So, to propel our brand, initially we'll be targeting urban women in the age group 24 to 36, after which we'll focus on the adolescent sector, which may have limited purchasing power but remains a very influential consumer segment. Now, once we've established our brand in the market, we'll be mainly focusing on ways to expand and deliver our paths to the rural poor, which is our ultimate target.
Now, firstly, our primary revenue stream will be through a monthly subscription plan tailored to meet the individual needs of women with varying blood flows, ensuring continuous payments from a loyal customer base in addition to one-time purchases. Secondly, as part of our long-term vision, we plan on implementing a communication system between the local juice vendors and the business. Finally, we'll approach our main market, the rural market, via women-centric NGOs and government schemes. Additionally, we also intend to establish pop-up booths that offer gynecologist checkups as well. As you can see, Udon is ahead of all of its competitors by a major margin, evident by our superiority in the core sector while being the safest alternative with no added carcinogenic chemicals, something even the so-called organic alternatives have not achieved. Unlike the two major brands in the market, Udon offers hygienic and sustainable disposal of our products. Furthermore, the material of our pads allows the possibility of reuse, providing maximum utility to our rural customer base.
Now, our future prospect consists of 4 stages. The first 2 stages are already in our short-term periphery, which is finishing and preparing a working prototype of our pads, followed by obtaining seed investment for clinical testing.
At the last stage, we will establish our brand as a popular local choice, being inclusive of women of all sectors of menstruate, unlike other labels who only target a young, financially stable generation, and so we're bound to receive widespread support from the general public.
Further, we are proud to announce that our project has achieved some prestigious accolades already that has helped us immensely throughout this entire journey. Firstly, we participated in the Young Tycoons Business Challenge, where we were in the top 3 global winners and received a sum of $1,100. Further, we secured a grant of $1,21,000 USD in Samsung CSR initiative with IIT Delhi, where we have access to lab and faculty of IIT Delhi to further improve upon our project and work on its R&D as well. Thank you. This was Team Udon, where you deserve better, you deserve natural. We're now open to questions as well, if you have any.
Thank you, team, and appreciate the presentation. And as we're going in our order with judges, Ankur, you're up first.
Thanks. Great presentation, guys. Great energy. Good one. And I think it's a great problem you guys have identified. I have tons of questions, but let me stick to a few basic ones. I see and I've come across myself plenty of organic, sustainable, bacteria-free options in the market. And I have worked with few of the founders in the past also. The only challenge which I see, and I would like to hear your views also, after you achieve your MVP or after your pilot, how do you want to scale? I do not see any of the scaling because you now are getting into a D2C brand. Setting up a pilot, it's okay, but then competing it with the large brands, pan-India, with this product. What are your thoughts? And how do you plan to do that?
Right, sir. So firstly, the large brands that we mainly know, they like target a very specific consumer base. People who can afford 10 rupees per pad every single day for the entirety of their lives until they hit their menopause. And most of India, like Indian women, are still live below the poverty line, right? So there's this huge unexplored segment of people who still use like dirty cloths and even leaves to go through their products. So this is a segment which is not really explored because firstly, there are not a lot of affordable alternatives in the market currently. And those that do exist, they're not very comfortable. They're made with very cheap plastic and, they're just not supported by the government even. The government are now looking for biodegradable alternatives that they can safely, firstly, they can send to these rural segments. So that is our first initiative. We're going to target all of these government schemes that focus on such aspects. We've already talked to a lot of segments of the government itself to further discuss our plans as well. Secondly, we're also going to target women-based NGOs who work in close relations with such segments which do not receive sanitary care products. And even if they do, they're very, very costly. So that is where we come in, where our product is not only very affordable, it's sustainable as well. It has a sustainable disposal. It's just better in all aspects, even absorption aspect, because we're using the compound called CHCAUR, unlike the SAPs which are commonly used. So we're just better on all aspects. And we don't think that the women of India should settle for something less, which is why I believe our product to be like a big factor in that aspect as well. Yeah.
Thanks. Great.
Thanks. Just one question, Chris. Have you worked your unit economics at maybe at scale, maybe at 1,000 number, 1 lakh number? What will be the unit economics like? Any idea on that?
So right now, our first prototype that we produced, we got the feedback that right now the cost is coming somewhere around ₹5 to ₹6, but we can bring it down to 3 to 4 per pad. So that is the kind of assured financials that we have right now. All of the others are they're basically, we've like predicted them, they're not like certain. So but the one thing that we are certain about is that it's 90% less compared to the mainstream brands in the market.
As our main raw material is something that is so easily accessible and is generated in tons. So we're not going to face shortage of the raw material, and we'll be able to procure it at a cost which is way lesser. So that is why our product will cost 90% less.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Rajiv, we'll turn to you for questions.
Thanks. Great presentation. Thanks for the energy. First question is on the product, and the second question is on the revenue part. First question is, where exactly are you on the product prototype, and what's been the initial feedback like? Has it been, how many people have sort of used it? What's sort of been the feedback overall?
Right. So right now we're in the we've achieved the working prototype of it, which means that we basically validated the feasibility of our pads. Right now, with the process of achieving our market ready prototype, which we're going to do so through the resources which we got awarded through IIT Delhi. So under IIT Delhi, we're going to do more R&D on the product as well. We're going to utilize the lab access that we have. So we're in that process right now. Yeah.
This initial working prototype that you have, like, have women used it? How has it been in terms of, let's say, usage quality wise, as well as what sort of been the general feedback? Have at least even 5 people used it?
Sir, so actually we are due for the clinical testing, like initial product testing in the next 6 months. Like I think by this year alone, we're going to achieve that as well. We're going to target the government schools in Delhi itself, which like, and we're going to target the girls there, so we can ask them and like get their feedback on the product. We're also going to target the other end of the segment, which is the urban women. So that is the plan that we have right now. And yeah.
And we have a product with a liquid that's similar to the consistency of blood.
Yeah.
So the absorption and all of that we've tested. The only thing like that is our next step is getting the MVP tested.
Got it. The second question is, who really is the customer? Is it let's say lower income urban women? Is it if you have to pick one customer, is it rural women? Is it urban lower income urban women?
Right. So sir, initially to like propel our brand, we're going to target urban women in the age group 24 to 36, as this is the age when they start working and they start exploring better options. And so according to the statistics that we studied and according to the people that we've talked to, a lot of them are preferring to use like products which are alternatives to the plastic ones that they have. So they're more environmentally conscious, they're more sustainable, but they're not able to find a lot of alternatives in the market. And even if they are, they don't have a lot of absorption capacity, and there's a lot of problems associated to that as well. So initially planned to hit the urban market, but our main target customer, the main problem they were trying to solve is the accessibility to the rural segments, the accessibility in the cost sector, and even in the way they're able to get the product. So yeah, our initial goal is the urban segment, but our long-term and our most important goals are the rural women. Yeah,
segment is like a stepping stone for our rural segment, because we analyzed and rural women are going to be hesitant when they see a new product. They're not just going to believe any company that comes there. That is why we are firstly establishing our name and our product in the urban sector, which is easier in the short run for us right now. So after that, once we are validated enough, we'll be able to access more government scheme and get more support in that end, so that then we can target the rural women and then get a positive feedback. So that is our strategy.
Got it. How do you expect, my last question is, how do you expect revenues to happen? You said subscription. Subscription is too new for this market, right? People are not used to subscription for a product like this. So do you expect to kick this off on subscription, let's say urban women, given it's
Right.
4 the cost, and let's say you price it at 10 rupees or whatever it is, right? Do you expect
No,
people to buy this at a particular frequency, or do you expect this to
right.
start as a subscription product or revenue?
Got it, sir. So firstly, our product is not 10 rupees at all. I feel like that just remove the entire like aspect. It's like down to 2 to 3, like 3 to 4 rupees per pack. And secondly, about the subscription model, as you said correctly, it's not something that people are used to. But even if you go out to buy a pad, it is not a very convenient process because a lot of people are not comfortable with it. They hesitate to ask about it openly. It's still the culture around periods and the conversation around it is still not very open in India. So you've got pads that are wrapped in like this plastic, like this newspaper, and put in a black plastic bag. So there's a lot of unnecessary drama attached to that entire thing. And we believe that if a subscription model is there for the sanitary pads, it'll make the process way easier. It'll accommodate to the varying flows of the women, right? So they don't have to check every single month whether they have pads in their closet or not. So there's a big advantage to having a subscription model at a business like sanitary pads, and we believe it'll make the transition easier for urban women especially. So yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, we are going to try and squeeze one or two final questions in here. Arati, you had a question.
Yeah, I love D2C products, especially in the women's / like incontinence space. I've actually invested in a lot of these. One thing, all of Raju's questions and others I had as well, but one thing that really caught my eye was that is the pad going to be black? There was a little bit of black there. How is it going to be black? And is that like a dye, natural dye, etc.? And then have you tested, I know you're not into like real testing yet, but have you tested any implications on clothing with the black? I'd be interested if
Right. So basically, this is the alternative. Like, it's not actually our main product. This is the alternative that we're kind of exploring right now because, we did some surveys of our own and we found out that the rural women are most hesitant towards periods because of the red color itself. Like, they're very uncomfortable when it appears on their saris, so there's a lot of apprehension attached to the color. So we thought that if we release a range of pads are black in color, so that might help reduce the negative stigma attached to that. So because of that,
got
right
it. That's just like got it. Yeah. So right now that's not going to be the main product. The main product is still going to be like a lighter color. Okay, so black is in the future. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And then one
for that. So
one question on
white.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so white ones are the ones we're working on right now since our rural target is still far away, right? Right now we're targeting urban women and teenagers. So firstly, we're just focusing on our white one. And once that works out, then we'll move on to focusing on the black ones because those are essentially an addition to our product.
Got it. And maybe I missed this, but based on the sustainability predictions, how long does it take to degrade?
Right. So right now we're predicting around 6 month, a 6-month mark, which is, if you talk about the market standards, still less compared to some of the other brands in the market. So yeah, 6 months is the one that we are doing it right now. And it's completely biodegradable, meaning from the packaging to the product itself.
Okay, team, thank you. That is going to cap the questions in terms of Naman. I know you had one, but we've hit the time mark, so we're going to need to keep moving along. And judges, we're going to give you 3 to 4 minutes to do your scoring and work to bring it back within that 3 to 4 minute time. And Surbi, we've got another moment to chat and talk. Yeah, I think you have a few questions for me too.
Yes, Chris, and honestly, this bit is the most fun and exciting bit for me. So very quickly, Chris, you have recently introduced a special class connected to Together 2023 this year via its MBA in India program. Can you walk the audience through for more details about this class and about your students? And also, I had a question, honestly, us at Startup India team, because we've been working with you since past 3 years. and all our mentors, judges, speakers, all of us, whenever we come meet, we usually mention that, oh, hey, have you met Chris? Yes, we have met Chris, and we love his energy and the excitement and enthusiasm about the project. So just wanted to hear from you that where does this passion about this program come and how it's been lasting since past 3 years? Over to you, Chris.
Thank you. Those are fun questions, and I appreciate them. Now, I have to be my own timekeeper on the clock here, so that's a dangerous thing. First of all, in terms of the class, like what I've always kind of dreamed of after the first 2 years was having like a core group of really highly talented students who could be focused and dedicated to the project in a really interesting way. And so talked with the head of the MBA in India program for Schulich, Ashwin Joshi, and pitched him on the idea of like, what if we took one of my classes that I've had from previous years in the program and we really focused it on together. So this year was the pilot of doing that. And I have to say I was really lucky to have like a phenomenal group of like very inspired, very driven students from the class. Many of them are on the call here with us today, on the Zoom here with us today. And so we took them through a process of both teaching them all about the Together program, about the principles behind it, about what they could be anticipating in terms of the judges and the mentorship. We trained them on how to be a better mentee and receive mentorship, and how to look from a mentor's perspective in terms of what they bring into the program as well too, and then walk through many of the principles around product design and pitching and how to prepare for making your case in a presentation. And then a part of it is that what we really believe in at Schulich is that, you know, it's not just to have the students sit in class and just receive from professors and just be talked at through the whole day. It's to actually be involved in experiential learning or work integrated learning type exercises. So in this case, what we've brought in is the opportunity then for the students to join different teams and to be like working on supporting the young Indian student founders as advisors, consultants, researchers, and entrepreneurs in micro residence, if you would, on each of these individual projects. And so some of the feedback that I've got from the young students in India who are building these companies has been that there's been breakthrough like ideas, perspectives, that the Schulich students from the class have seen things that they otherwise wouldn't have been seen. Just general like motivation and kind of like energy and inspiration that they brought to them, and some really nice friendships that I've seen forming as well. And that's been the case over the years with the program. So I'm really proud of the class for everything that they've done and what they've contributed, and they've been a lot of fun to work with, and I give them a shout out here for all of that. And we're continuing to iterate on it. So this was a pilot. So next year we'll continue to tweak it and improve it and refine the class so we have a bigger and better impact as we go along. In terms of the where my energy comes from for the project, there's only one person to credit for that really at the heart of all that, and that is Mr. Ratan Tata. He is chair emeritus for our advisory board for the Schulich School of Business in India. And back in November of 2019, I had the opportunity to come to your beautiful, beautiful country and meet so many fantastic people. And one of the people I got the chance to meet with was Mr. Tata. I got to present to him a bit of my vision for how Schulich could operate as a bit of an extended bridge between India and Canada and our startup ecosystems. And after the presentation was a small room, 15 people or so. And he came up to me afterwards. I didn't expect him to speak to me. And he came up to me and he looked me in the eye and he shook my hand and he said, "That was an excellent presentation." And from that moment, I had like, you know, as we can all imagine from the things that he's achieved, not only within India, but within the world, I'd say to people, like, there's sometimes you meet someone who infuse you with cosmic energy. And so like Mr. Tata infused me with cosmic energy and like an increased purpose on that day to build something really interesting between our two countries through Schulich. And then after that, we met Startup India, and then these things started to grow. So every time that I get tired, or any time that I've had like, you know, like kind of like a moment where it's tough, I remind myself of like that energy and that kind of, you know, support that I got from Mr. Tata and his desire to have us keep building. So that's where it all comes from. And thanks for those questions. With that,
Thank you so much, Chris.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for the question. With that, we'll bring our judges back and we'll get ready to go with our next group. Our next group is Femcare, and we'll get them on stage, Vito and team, and highlighted, and then we will ask them to share screen and I'll count them in. Great. Hello, Team Femcare. Good evening. Excited to have you here with us.
Hello, good evening.
Thanks. And we'll have you share your screen.
Yes. Yes, my screen is visible and I'm audible.
That's great. We'll get those thumbs up from people that we love just to confirm that everyone can see everything and it's all good. And then I will count you in 3, 2, 1.
Yes, a baby fills a place in your heart that you never knew was empty. Hey, that is a good news. And we are going to welcome a new member to our family. Whenever we listen to this news, our family is filled with joy. The mother is very happy because of this. But at the same time, she is very stressed for the growing baby in her womb because she never knew when this happiness might turn to sorrow. So we bring to you Femcare. In Femcare, we are building wearable and AI-powered devices. The software which monitor the vital parameters of the mother and also the fetus, and continuously shares the data to the doctor's mobile application, which helps the doctor in taking the right decision at right time and prevent the complication. Our vision is to prevent the pregnant ladies from high-risk pregnancy and give them a pleasant lives. The main motivation of our device is one of my sister. Her name is Radhivashini. She had a miscarriage at her 5th month of her pregnancy. Even though she was from the well-educated background, she was unable to save her fetus. This happens due to non-continuous monitoring of her fetus. She is a second time to be a mom, and now she is very emotional and sensitive towards her pregnancy. Because of her high-risk pregnancy, she went for a scan 3 times per month. So she is looking for the accessible and the affordable healthcare product. Like Radhivashini, in India, there are many cases. According to the new estimate last year, there are 24,600 maternal deaths were occurred, which mostly occurred among the women over the age of 20 to 29 years. According to the Pradhan Mantri Shroshat Madriva Abhiyan, there are 25% of the pregnancies are high risk in India. With the market overview, we can go on to the market gaps. We identify the market gaps like most of the pregnant ladies get annoyed when they go for the checkup. The current checkups are very expensive and they take too much time to give the result. From the market gap analysis, we identify the problems like almost 15% of all pregnant women can develop potentially life-threatening complications. As a result, the identification of the high-risk pregnancy at the earliest stage will be helpful in taking appropriate intervention. We are in need of a device that monitors the activities of the fetus and also the mother. Motivated by all those items, we bring to our device. We provide a prenatal monitoring device for the mother with the high-risk pregnancy. It reduces the time, cost, and the effort required. Compared to other devices, our device has many key features like our device is user-friendly for the pregnant ladies, and we need to visit hospital frequently, and our device is portable. Yes. Come to the market size, we are focusing the total addressable market. There are 30,000 gynecologists and 42 lakh pregnant ladies all over India. Initially, we focusing the 900 gynecologists and 86,000 pregnant ladies. We also acquired to 20% of some in our first phase, that is 180 gynecologists and 70,000 pregnant ladies. For our competitors, extensively, there are 2 products in our market. They are offering around 95,000, but our device, but we are offering 20,000 rupees in case of one-time cost. Compared to other devices, our device has extra one features, that is the fetal movements. I am very delightful to introduce our product. Like our product can monitor the pregnant ladies with 4 parameters like fetal heart rate, maternal heart rate, uterine contraction, and also the fetal movement. Our device not only gives the graphical analysis, but it also displays the conditional status of the fetus.
Our product has many features like single time placement, that is, no need to move the prop anywhere to get the specific parameters, and it also gives the continuous monitoring, remote monitoring. Also, the pattern is published for the two parameters, for the fetal heart rate and for the maternal heart rate. Still, the pattern is pending for the uterine contraction and for the fetal movements. How we are go to the market from idea level to the market size. Initially, we are establishing the production unit, then completing the ethical clearance, then testing and validation of the product, and the complete IP protection. The next 10 to 20 months, we launching our product. Among 20 to 30 months, we give our device at the premium scales to the gynecologists and also the nursing homes. Finally, we start exporting our product. Initially, we are planned to sell 162 units in the year 1, gradually increasing the quantity and reaching the 6,500 units by the year 6. The cost of the goods per belt is 4,000 and the selling price of the belt is 20,000. By the year 6, we got the profit of the 10 crore. And also, the cost of the acquisition in the first year is increased, that is the 185%, then gradually decreasing. Finally, it reduces around the 21%. We also have the unit economics, like initially we have the low margins, like then we can expand our production unit. Finally, by the year 5, we can achieve the profit of 53%. We segregate our customers into two. We are directly focusing the pregnant ladies with a high risk pregnancy, and also we can give our device to the gynecologist or through the nursing centers. We will target the gynecologist using our network of sales representatives. We attract our customer through the awareness and by the medtech industry influence and expansions. We can maintain the interest by organizing expos and seminars in hospitals, and also we generate desire, just the concept rather than the product. No problem will create another problem while solving it. Likewise, we creating our device. Our device does not create any comfort to the environment, and we use the reusable wells within the. So our processor with the low power and our device has the high performance. Our device has a great impact on the society, like it avoids the high risk pregnancy at the time of the delivery, and also it gives the continuous monitoring to the pregnant ladies throughout the gestation, and it's improving the maternal and the infant health, and finally it's empowering the woman. I'm very happy to introduce you my team. Myself, Kasturi, the founder of the Femcare from Sedu Institute of Technology, India. My mentors, Dr. Tamichelvi ma'am and Dr. Parisa Begum ma'am, who is specialized in biomedical signal and image processing. Yes, our wonderful supporting teams as follows: the Ash, the technology consultant, and Amisa, the supply chain consultant, Chess, the marketing consultant. Our mentors, Goldie Srivastava and Manjit Kalia from India and Canada, respectively. We are expecting from your 1 crore, and we are offering 20% equity and your board seat. And also, the amount will be using as your working capital for the first 2 years. As a strategic advisor, we would like to provide valuable guidance and support your management team. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Much appreciated. And so we'll start off with questions now with Sahil for your first question of the day.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Kasturi. That was a really nice presentation. One quick question. Okay. Why is your device so much cheaper than all of your competitors?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. This is a nice question. Yes. There are essentially 2 products in the market, but they are offering only the 3 parameters like fetal heart rate, maternal heart rate, uterine contraction. But additionally, our product have the extra parameters like the fetal movements. Still now, no one can this parameters within the one device. They can only offering other separate devices like if we considering the LPM, it only offering two parameters like that. So this is our standby.
I understand, but is this device, the other ones cost 80,000 and 85,000 and yours cost 20,000.
Yes,
Why
sir.
does yours cost so much less if it does more?
Yes, sir. Why it is less means our we are target yes, sir, we plan to give our device as the subscription mode as well as the one-time cost. The 20,000 is the one-time cost. In case of subscription mode, we can give our device through the 2,000 like this. Sir.
Okay. Okay, great. And Naaman, we'll go to you next.
Great, fantastic, great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I think one of the great things I think with a lot of people listening is like, where did the idea come from, and what was the inspiration, and is this something you're going to be passionate for 7 to 10 years to really take it to a great spot? Was it your sister?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It's my really my sister. So this is my sister. So she didn't know the baby is died in her womb, but after the 2 months only she know. So in that situation, we imagine. So we can't imagine that situation, sir. So for that, I consider to no one can experience this situation again. So this motivates me to bring a solution to this, sir.
It's fantastic to have a real purpose for it. So, and this is what this is what you want to do, what you've done with your university, and you want to commit to this.
Yes, sir. We are done by our university, Schulich Institute of Technology, sir.
Great, excellent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Naaman. And now we'll go to Anchor for a question. I think we don't have you. You don't have your audio there, Anchor. While Anchor's doing that, do we have another judge that would like to ask a question from the group?
Sorry.
Are you there, Anchor? You're back.
Great. So great presentation. I think great
Yes, sir.
idea.
Thank you, sir.
Thoughts and one suggestion also. I'm again very curious. You in your unit economics, you have mentioned that obviously you will be making profit right from the get-go. But I'm very curious. One, the market size is very large, but still after 6 years, you have been able to capture only what 6,000 odd units and 13 crore revenue. Why that so? Why not? Why not a larger market size?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Great question. Why? Because, sir, this is a medical device. Yes, there is a lot of process in that, like ethical clearance, many process in that. So initially we are getting some lags, but we are overcoming that on the year 5 like that, sir. So only we can create the less margin on that.
Sir, I'd like to add on to what Kasturi said.
Sure.
So as we all know that this is a very saturated market, and there are already a lot of big players in this market. So entering such market and gaining credibility is a very tough task. So as we've shown in this graph, we'll not be profitable from year 1. Till year 2, we'll be having some losses because we need to invest a lot in the technology. But by year 5, we plan to grow our business and get into profitability. So we see this as a long-term goal. We don't want to rush to the market. As we get more patients, we'll take their feedback, improve our product, and that is why our increase is a gradual increase and not a very rapid one.
Got it. Got it. My other advice and suggestion, you have asked for 1 crore for 20%. I would say you have a great product. First of all, congratulations on having patent and some pending also. I would say go for grant, figure out some other alternate sources of funding. Hold on to equity should be the last piece which you should let go very easily. Don't do that very soon as of now before you hit the MVP. Figure out who can be your co-founders, who can you help in this journey. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you for
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great, judges. Any final questions that we have from the group? And if not, we will go now to scoring. And okay, judges, thank you for the presentation, Team Femcare. We'll go to scoring now. And Surabhi, back to you and I. So what's up? What's our next question we have here? Let's think about this. I've always been curious about, we've done a lot of work together through the Together program, and I've seen all the impact of Startup India, and we all know the numbers and the results. But maybe because we've got this really interesting audience today, tell us more about, what are the practical things and the benefits that Startup India is offering for the startups that you work with and the ones that are here. What should they know about? And also connected to all these interesting judges and guests, what should we know about what you're offering right now within the ecosystem and the community?
Thank you, Chris, for that question. Though I can have one entire length of presentation on this benefits aspect itself, I'll try and keep it very short, under 3 minutes, and summing it very quickly. For more details, the students, the entrepreneurs who are interested could write to me or directly write to Startup India portal itself. So I'll divide my answer into various stages, life cycle of a startup. So for an ideation stage startup, the Startup India provides learning programs, a connection to resource partners. For example, we have a few resource partners onboarded for our Together program as well. Zoho, AWS credits, Stackby. Besides that, we have for legal support, for other documentation support, for intellectual property rights support, other resource partners who could be used. There is mentorship support for the startups, early stage ideation startups, wherein they get stuck with how to move next in their journey. And also, lastly, the government schemes, which provide various incentives, such as seed fund schemes, such as fund of fund schemes. For a validation startup, Chris, we have various tax exemptions. We have angel tax exemption. We have other tax exemption for the startups. And also, we have tried to make easier compliances through change in approximately 53 regulatory compliances. There's also support with respect to intellectual property. When I say support in intellectual property, I mean, one, there's rebate on the patent and trademark filing fee. And also there are dedicated patent and IPR facilitators who work only for the Startup India recognized startups. There are various ministerial programs as well. For example, if you want to become a part of one of the initiatives that ministry is running, we very often run our innovation challenges, wherein the startups could participate and get access to these ministerial programs and getaways. There are also various tools and templates handily available on our website for the registered startups that they can use for their documentation work. Also, for the early traction startups, we have market access programs. When I say market access, it is three-legged. One, with respect to the corporate programs that we have. Secondly, with respect to the ministerial programs I've already spoken about. Lastly, about the international participation that we do. We have 16 bridges with different countries, and we support startups to get international exposure through those bridges. Also, there are procurement benefits. They could be listed on the GEM portal. GEM is the government e-marketplace, wherein they get rebate in the tender filing fee and also years of experience. Lastly, for the scaling startups, there are many exposure visits that we provide both within India and outside India, be it Slush, be it VivaTech. There are other showcase opportunities also at all levels, and also faster exit programs. I'll be happy to talk about each one of them at length, but maybe later, not today. So, Chris, over to you. Hope that's helpful. And for people there, this is both for Indian startups and also Canadian startups and other startups which are incorporated outside India, but wanting to expand to India.
That's great. Thanks for sharing all of that. And let's maybe when we get a chance, we'll drop a link to some of those additional resources in the chat. And also, I welcome anyone who's part of the group today who has an incubator or an accelerator they're working with to drop your resources in the chat as well too. We've already had some great ideas that have been contributed from people talking about specific presentations that they've seen today and who they want to hook people up with and connect people with that might be supportive. So we'd love to see that energy and that contribution as to where people can get more support. As part of the program, we also introduce, we take lists of the top teams and provide them to some of those leading incubators and accelerators as well too. So with that, we'll bring the judges back and we're ready for the next presentation. I'll get my timer ready and we're going to have team number 4. So we're like closing in, we're past the halfway point now. We've got team Stimula and we'll welcome them to the stage, get them to share their screen, and then I will count you in, guys.
Thank you, Chris. Just let me know when my screen is properly visible.
Great, I can see it. I'll love a few like thumbs up here and there from people. There's a thumbs up. Okay, so we're good. I will count you in.
Just 1 second. Let me just see if it's moving properly. Yep.
Yeah, you're moving, and I will count you in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, everyone. So let's start. What is common between getting admission in your favorite global university, for example, the Schulich School of Business, clearing your next job interview, or maybe just impressing your project manager in the next growth meet? Now, there are a couple of things. Number one, all of these are life-changing opportunities, right? You get your next job, education, promotion, you change your life forever. But there's a catch with all of these. All of these opportunities require you to be really confident and proficient in the way you express yourself, often in the global language that is English. Yet more than 3 billion non-native people globally lack this tool to fail. And among this group are more than 800 million English as a second language speakers who often have the access to basic understanding of the language, but they still can't express themselves confidently and fluently. And as a result, they lose out on opportunities, as we see in this slide. And the first thing you might be thinking is, well, this is a language learning problem. Duolingo already exists. This problem is already solved. But if your goal is to do more speaking than just reading around foreign restaurant menus, Duolingo won't really work for you. And so you might go ahead and say, like, let's hire my own speaking coach. And then you might do that, and that might be effective. But those 800 million people we talked about, 99% of them can't afford a speech coach. So we really need a new solution. At Stimula, we have cracked the code to make speech coaching affordable for everyone. And to understand how powerful we are, just take a moment, close your eyes, and imagine everything a speech coach will do. Well, we do all of that, and we do that a million times better, right? So our AI-generated feedback. So we are like a personal speech coach right at your fingertips. And our AI-generated feedback is as comprehensive as 3 speech instructors put together. And we do that in a fraction of the time. We do that in a fraction of the cost. And that is how powerful we are at Stimula. Right? And this is a brief understanding of how we work, our biggest benefits, and why we are really required in this market. But what does it mean for the users? If you talk about AI, we talk about speech processing. But for users, Stimula is an uber simple 3-step app. Step number 1, you practice. You practice across our roadmap, you practice across conversational questions, you practice with our AI conversational bot. You keep practicing, right? But every time you practice English speaking. Step number 2, you get feedback. At the end of each practice, you get this comprehensive feedback screen, which gives you feedback on your pronunciation, fluency, emotion, intonation, grammar, and much, much more. So that you get exact tips on what you did wrong, what you can improve, and how you can become a better speaker overall. So with each feedback session, you have something to get better. What is the step 3, you ask? Well, practice again. That's it. You practice, you get feedback, and you improve using that feedback, and well, you practice again. So that's the basic philosophy of Stimula app. And what's powering this philosophy is our AI engine we talked about. So now this AI is combination of speech as well as like text engines, speech analysis as well as voice analysis we do on the text we get via ASR. Yeah, just 1 second. Is my screen stopped? Yeah, sorry. So this AI is a combination of speech and text analysis we do. And when you think of AI, the first thing you think about is what powers this AI? What is the data? What is the database advantage you have? And at Stimula, we started with open source data, but our AI model is already having a unique corpus of 2 lakh speeches recorded on the app. So this is user data, and this has been generated as I speak. So as I have presented for the last 3 minutes, at least 10 speeches have been recorded on the Stimula app, and that is how fast we are growing. That is how fast this app is becoming better for every new person who joins the app. Right? We've talked enough about product and tech. Let's talk about business side. Because the speech improvement market globally, this English improvement market is massive. It's more than 65 billion. It's growing at 16% CAGR each year. So this is a massive market. There are 600 million English as a second language English learners around globally. But the market we are targeting to niche, like we are going step by step. The first market we are targeting is the IELTS and TOEFL segment. Why this segment, you ask? There are a couple of reasons. One, this segment is a high-paying segment. They pay $300 just to sit in the IELTS examination. Number 2, this segment resonates with the practice-based approach of the app we currently have. So the goal right now for us is to have a basic PMF in this segment and then explore other segments. For example, the B2B. We already had conversations with KPMG and Deloitte for the B2B partnership. And what we want is, after achieving a basic PMF in the B2C segment, we will move ahead and explore B2B later. The idea is, in B2C, we have a subscription-based business, and the pricing is between $4 to $8 per month, as you can see in the slide. Right. Moving ahead, in terms of the market, right? Because when we talk about this huge market, this means that there's a lot of competition around. And some of these players you might be aware about, right? But as I said to you earlier, the AI model we have is incredibly special. You talked about like you have other AI players here, but let's just talk about non-AI players first. Because you have players like Coursera or YouTube or even like Udemy or Harappa, those teach you course-based English learning. I'm telling you that if you want to improve at English speaking, you can't do that by watching some other person do speak and you just get magically better. You have to do that experience yourself. You have to cross that barrier yourself every single day in order to become better. And that is something only active learning providers can provide you, right? But you also have things like Cambly, but that's again unaffordable for all the user generations we are targeting. But finally, there are AI products like Orai who are doing fantastic. But Orai's entire AI is based on native accents. It won't really work in the Southeast Asian market we are targeting. Our AI is built, trained, and always improving for the Southeast Asian accent. And we think which makes us the best app for this segment to get better at English speaking and conversational skills. Right, and how have we done in this competition? How have we got our users? So we launched our MVP in June last year. We got our first set of 20,000 users completely organically without any ad spend through ASO, influencer marketing, and community. And currently, we are prioritizing on strategic partnerships to get us to different parts of the world, right? Our focus is the Southeast Asian and South Asian geography. We already have community partnerships in Malaysia, Indonesia. We are forming a partnership in Philippines as we speak. And we are growing in all these countries through strategic partnerships. And how have we performed so far? So we launched our MVP in June. We already have got more than 30,000 users. More importantly, these users are from 180 different countries, which indicates the massive TAM this product has, as well as how big can we grow and how big this problem is. So we have 30,000 users, and we are also starting monetizing. So we launched monetization last month. We already have got 100 paying users from 10 different countries. But more importantly, the reason they are monetizing is because they love the product. So if 5 users join Stimula's product, 3 of them will stick for at least 6 sessions. And that is how sticky our product is right now. And that is how fast we are growing right now. Finally, what is the team behind this? Because if you want to build a product like this, you need a combination of speech and tech experience in the team. I have been a Harvard and World Championship debater. Ankit has also been a debater, but Ankit has also worked on AI research and language learning. Then Akshat has developed multiple apps before. He has shipped 2 apps on Play Store. And Anis has also worked in digital products. So this is a perfect team to build this and ship this. But more importantly, we ourselves belong to non-English background. We absolutely love this problem. We are connected to it, and we want to solve this problem. I would also like to do a vote of thanks to the Schulich team members and our awesome mentors here who have been step by step in terms of our journey of reaching this place. Finally, what is the ask here? We are raising 500K in our pre-seed round, and we would love everyone here to join us in this round as we accelerate on the next phase of economic growth. Finally, again, Stimula enables every global citizen to have their personal communication coach right at their fingertips. Thank you so much.
Thank you, team. Appreciate the presentation. And first up for a question on this one is Arati.
Hi, actually, great product. Oh, my video is not working. There we go. Great product and great presentation. I loved that you actually showcased a little bit about you and the team. I feel like that's really important to know why you're all building this and how. My question is around go-to-market. Obviously, you've identified like the key areas that and geographics that this product is going to be used in. But if you could pick one, like what's that first one, and how are you going to start to get these young people and students obsessed with your product?
Thanks, Happy. So the key geographies for us, number one would be India. 40% of our users are from India right now, and 25% of our users are from Philippines. So these are the two markets we are really targeting. And the way we are reaching this is because we are targeting IELTS and TOEFL segment right now. So I myself gave IELTS like a few days back to check the examination. I got an 8.5 band myself as well. So I'm using this as a leverage in the community, in the learning communities present on Facebook and Twitter to get this early set of users. That is what we are trying. And we are also reaching out to them through a lot of partnerships with coachings, partnerships with other language learning players to reach to these segments in India and Philippines.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Great. So Ankur, you're up next.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good.
Yes.
Great. First of all, great product. Count me as your 30,000 first customer. I downloaded your app, and while Aarti was asking you question, I have started my first exercise. But I can't tell you, this was my first company 14 years ago, English language learning, okay? Every time, this is a huge problem. So many of us have tried solving it and haven't scaled it to a large level. My only question to you is getting the first lakh customers in this case is not a problem. The problem is getting to the next lakh, next 10 lakhs, next 20 lakh. And when you start, see the problem with the online learning problem, I understand this market very well. So that's why I wanted to understand very, very briefly, you talked about the engagement metrics, which you said around 6 sessions per se, if I could, yeah. See, in a self-paced learning, how are you building the engagement? Why are users coming back? Why will they come back again every day? And what are your current? Share some insights, man.
Yeah.
Because normally I would not have liked to be honest, but your app is awesome. Your app is really awesome. Good job, very good job. But some insights on data, please.
Thank you so much, Ankur, first of all, for using the app while we talk. But the reason people come back to this is because it's a gratification feeling in itself, right? You are learning English, but every 1 minute you are recording a speech. In the next 30 seconds, you are seeing the feedback. So it's like this constant experience where you always feel that you are getting something. This is very different from sitting across a 30 minutes lecture and then just thinking like, what have I learned today? This is something where a 2 minutes or a 5 minute session can help you get better. And this instant gratification feeling is something which keeps bringing people back and back to the platform. And that is something which people always share with us. They go ahead and post it on Twitter, their scores on the app, how their scores have increased over time. So this is something they can always see, they can always do, and that's helping us grow, right? So most of our users who are coming right now are either through feedback or screen shared on social media. And users just love having scores. You just love having instant things. I think that is going to be the key for us keeping them engaged. But at the same time, we are using all those channels of engagement you can think about. So like we are having leaderboards for them. But more importantly, because these are IELTS people, right? And you talked about it very well that these language learning apps can't really scale beyond a level because they are targeting the general English audience who might probably leave after 2-3 months. What we are doing right now at the very earliest stages, we are fixing the app, we are making it more engaging by targeting on a segment which is already engaged. They have their examinations in the next month or next 2 months. They already want to use the app every single day. And that is giving us so many data points that we can make it engaging for everyone else. So I think that's our approach while building this. I can speak more about this, but I think that would be it for now.
No. I think I can understand your passion. I got my fluency score 71% and pronunciation 90%. Let's talk more about it in sometime. Great. Over to the next guy.
Thank you so much.
Great, thanks. Sahil, you're up next.
Yeah, hi. Super presentation, guys. Really very, very impressive. I have 3 questions, really. So I'll just quickly lay them out. You don't have to answer all of them. First one, very quickly on the technology side, what is your AI really learning and training somebody on? Is it clarity, pronunciation, grammar, or all of them? Question 2, how many sessions before a user reaches a target level of proficiency that you think is appropriate? And the third is, have you thought about doing different levels of proficiency? As an example, for a call center, you will have, for instance, Versant levels of proficiency. Do you have something like that in the pipeline?
Yes. So answering all these 3, one, it is overall learning. So you have an overall score, which is a combination of all those metrics you talked about. We optimize for the overall score. Second, how many sessions people take? I think it varies according to the initial levels. So, but what we are observing is between 40 to 60 sessions is something where we start seeing a decent sense of improvement, maybe 20% or 30% in their scores. And 3, yes, call centers and different levels of proficiency is on our plans. But as I said, the goal right now is, because we have a segment which is already engaged, we want to use that to make the product better and have it for different levels. So beginner, advanced, intermediary, and then use it to scale to call centers and enterprises. So that's our plan right now.
I'll just add a little more to the first part. What do we learn from these features? From basically for every metric, we have a separate microservice, which, and like, for example, I'll talk about vocabulary. So whenever a person makes a mistake or adds in a new word or a word which they could have used, so we add them to that database, and like when they use that word again, we reward them or we penalize them based on their usage. So this is one instance of how we, connect every data point throughout the user base and personalizing the experience alongside. So this is
outstanding. Super. Thank you.
Great. Any final questions from any other judges on the panel? And if not, if I don't see any hands go up, then I will say thank you to the team and for your hard work and for the presentation today, and we'll let the judges move to their scoring.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, Sarabi, back to you and I.
Yes, Chris, thank you. I have another question for you. That you have been working at Schulich as an adjunct professor and often focusing on concepts of mentorship and work integrated learning. I have personally seen you mentor startups during the Together journey quite often and have been really very impressed by a way of teaching, delivery, and also making an impact. Can you tell us more about some of your courses and programs and the impact that they are making?
Well, thanks. I appreciate that question. And yes, in addition to the class that we talked about today, my main class is one called the Mentorship Match. So I do a lot of work related to mentorship. And this is really kind of like a breakthrough approach that has really rocketed some careers from within our alumni base as they've graduated. One of the things that I really believe is that there is no greater impact than to work side by side with a leader, be they a founder or be they a venture capital leader. And so we created this course now, like three years ago. We're in our fourth session right now this winter, whereby we take by application only. We take the top, it can be 25, 30, 40 students. It depends on which applications I get that I think are fantastic. And then I match them by hand with a leader in the startup or the venture capital ecosystem within Toronto and within Canada. And then what that student gets the opportunity to do is to go work for 18 hours a week with that leader. Now, you've all heard about, like, of course, co-op programs and internships and these types of things. But the problem with those is often that you wind up getting sat in the corner doing more admin work or background research, and you don't really get to be connected to the CEO, to the founder, to the general partner of the firm. And so my premise here was that could we get 40 leaders within the ecosystem to put up their hand and say that they would spend that personal time with the student, guiding them, mentoring them on an individual project, and then taking a very specific interest in their career. And if they did that, what would it mean when they graduated to have access to that person's personal network, personal endorsement, and also reference? And so what we've seen is some really magical relationships evolve and come out of there. For example, we had a student one year who made such an impression on the general partner in the fund, where the partner had stood up and talked to the whole company about how they were going to move their next fund to impact investing with social purpose. And there was a lot of questions inside the organization. Is that the right move? What should we do? Our student who was working directly with that person went home that night and designed, did not sleep, and designed an entire presentation strategy and came up with a database of potential investors, institutional investors, for how the fund could move to that next stage. And when the student was done their placement there, they had that founder of that fund, who was actually exited at $1 billion valuation on their business previously, would go on to LinkedIn, and when they saw job opportunities, would post and tag the student and say, hey, my friend who's hiring over here, I think you should hire this person who worked for me. He was absolutely amazing. So we really try to look at not just taking a standard playbook in terms of hey, we can just do internships like everybody else. It's how could we create breakthrough experiences? We had an exited founder last year in our ecosystem at about $800 million US. And he took one of our students and designed the family office for all of their investment strategy. And the students looking at that going how could I have ever got that experience? I had my whole MBA built up and all my training. And then I got to go apply it in this real world scenario, but sitting side by side with this leader who's talking to me and teaching me through the whole thing. And then in the background, I coach and mentor the students individually on how they approach their placement, all the things that I've learned over the years from hiring and managing and inspiring and working with people in all my companies. And I try and get the student to really get to an optimized version of their own way of relating to very senior people. So that's just one example, but of what we're doing at the Schulich School of Business in terms of work integrated learning and placements. And Antler, who's here today, they've been one of our great partners. Good News Ventures is here today. They take on students in these types of roles. And it's really kind of changing the game in terms of how the students are leaving the institution. And I like to think of having them leave on a rocket ship when they come out, based on the network that they have and how we've accelerated that network through the programs that we're creating.
Chris, I'm really looking forward to attend one of your classes now. I'm very intrigued.
Sure. Yeah. You can come out and hang out with us. And everybody is welcome to apply as well to get their MBA at the Schulich School of Business and come hang out with us in the Schulich startup community and take some of those classes. So with that brings us to our next presentation, and we will welcome Earth Analytica Lab onto the stage. And we'll get eyes on the team here in terms of bringing them up and sharing their presentation, and then we'll count them in.
Hey, Chris, Ramja's actually next. So we can ask for Ramja.
No problem. In the agenda, I have Earth Analytica next, but if Ramja is ready to go, that would be great. So next up, we'll take Ramja. And
thanks a lot, Chris.
Great. Welcome to the stage. And we'll get you to share screen.
Thanks a lot, everybody. I would about to share my screen. Thanks for invitation.
Are you almost there with share screen? There we go. Excellent. Great. You may want to go full screen on that if you have the opportunity. And I will count you in at 3, 2, 1.
I'm the founder of Femcare Sensor. The mission of Femcare is right antibiotic at right time. Who we are? We are 3-year-old startup of IIT Delhi. We have been recognized in last 3 years from the national as well as international bodies, which counts from IIT Delhi, ICMR, AIMS, and Nexus American Center. In last 3 years, we have generated 2 crore INR grant from the DBT, DST, and Social Health Fund, SIDBI, Pfizer. The product which we are going to present here is already being shortlisted as top 75 innovation of the day, which has been launched by Pradhan Mantri Modi in June 2022. This product is already being recommended as top 5 innovation under the category of healthcare medical device by Health Ministry in 2022. We are top 10 finalists of Asia Pacific MedTech Innovator and shortlisted as in slash 2022 at Finland. Do you know? Due to antimicrobial resistance, every 1% died every 45th second in 2021. So the problem which we are dealing is very, very huge. As per WHO, antimicrobial resistance is one of the top 10 global threats facing humanity. Delaying in infection detection results in wrong prescription and several complications. So due to antimicrobial resistance, if we will not tackle right now, the death rate could be one death in third second by 2050. So existing gold standards methods are culture and PCR are very, very time taking. You can see in the pictorial diagram that infrastructure is huge. The team required number of trained people are required. Still, you will get the results in 2 to 5 days, which leads the physician to prescribe the prophylactic antibiotics, further causing AMR. So here we are providing a solution for this problem. The solution is patented technology. We are giving result in just 90 minutes of both the infection as well as antimicrobial resistance. We are gene specific and portable so that you can take this device anywhere from yourself. This device is highly sustainable. The solution required less resources, no fraction of cost. It gives results in a very faster mode and zero effect and no waste generation. We have cumulative almost 75 years of experience. I am having a 17 experience in healthcare. The Dr. Raghavan is a plus 18 years experience in the infection and critical care. Rajrani Ji is also experienced in 40 years of management. B. Perumal is these are the mentors which we are having from the renowned institutes of AIMS IT Delhi. B. Perumal sir is a very renowned professor who developed the Corona kit in 2021. And Dr. Mahapatra is from hematology head, and Dr. Satta Mahapatra is also a critical microbiology head from AIMS, those who helped us in designing the critical clinical trial. As per the competitive landscape, the turnaround time for Ramja is just 90 minutes in compared to their existing methods. The lab setting up cost is 100x lesser in compared to all the existing methods in Asia Pacific. As well as this device is so simple and easy, our technician can perform the results in just single-handed. And you do not need any prior preparation. All the existing techniques do require 2 days prior preparation. So as per the product progress, if I would like to talk about, we are starting on this product in 2019 when we received our first grant from BIREC. In 2020, we established the POC and started working on clinical trial. We started the clinical trial in 2021, where we published our POC in 152 countries, which is being published in WIPO. Our Indian patent is granted in 2022. Our US patent is also been acknowledged and processed. In 2022, we have also completed our clinical trial. We have established our manufacturing unit by now, and we are working on the regulatory. The CDSCO ISO 13485 is already processed. So our production is about to start in next month. This is the 3 years journey which we have received the grants only from India as well as international bodies. This is the total addressable market. The total addressable market is 33.1 billion, where the serviceable market is $7.5 billion. SOM is more than $1.1 billion. So the business model of our product is B and B2G. It means we are having the medical device as well as the IVD kits. The fixed revenue will be coming from the medical device as well as the recurring revenue will be from the IVD kit. By having the more than 60% gross margin, we would be able to grow by $126 million by 1 billion by just hitting 1700 labs. This is the growth roadmap for our product, where we can grow from $27 million to $27 million to 1.4 billion or maybe 1488 million in next 5 years. The cost of the device is just $2,416, whereas the cost of the kit is just $3,021. You can see the volume, and this is the first table. In first table reflects the growth of one state. We have just added the same calculation for pan India growth in the next table. This is the product roadmap. As we have already discussed, the product is reached at the stage of the regulatory. So right now we will be able to completed all the regulatory by March 2023, and we will be launching the product in April 2023. In the launching of this product, we will be having a kit and device, and this kit will be having the critical care as well as the UTI panel. The clinical trial will be start by August 2023, and this will be having the other panels like the fungus panel, pneumonia panel, sepsis panel, as well as the AI-based panel. The kit scaling up will be done by 2024 in Canada and by 2025 in global. Thank you. Here I would like to tell about this launch of the kit. The kit which we are presenting over here is the same kit which has been published by Lancet 2022. They have studied the whole globe in 122 countries. They studied the whole globe where they studied more than 100 species and landed up only 6 key panel. Those are responsible for more than 30 lakhs deaths in 1 year. So we are also having that particular panel in our kit, which can cover the 90% infection. So right now we are having a particular kit which can give you result of infection as well as antimicrobial resistance in just 90 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And with that, we'll call on our judges. And first up is Rajiv.
Thank you. Pooja, I have, this question might be very basic, just because I don't have a background in the space. So 2 questions. One is, what really is the product? Like, how are people doing it today? And what are you going to replace? You talked about it on one of the earlier slides, but if you can just walk through this, yeah. So how are they doing it right now? I understand the differences of your product, but what will happen with your quote unquote product? And 2, how are you taking it to market? That was not very clear.
Okay.
And you can explain through it also, it's fine. Or you choose to use the slide.
Yeah. Nowadays, people are doing a culture and PCR. For the culture and PCR, they do need almost 20 to 25 machines and well-equipped labs, almost 10 to 15 people. And they do require, first of all, culture, the plates, the preparation, and then they require the trained people like the microbiologists, the MD, the PhDs, the scientists. Then only they will get results. And still, they do take, for the blood sample, they do take almost 60 ml blood from sick patients. And the results are getting almost 4 to 5 days late. So because of that, doctors do prescribe prophylactic antibiotics because of their own vision. Sometimes it's fine, but most of the time it do not get correct. So they have to change the medication after 3-4 days. By those 3 days, it actually already causes the antimicrobial resistance to the patient, which causes not many several complications. You may have heard so many times patients do go in the ICU with the only ventilation support. But you may have heard that after 3-4 days, they reach to the hypertension, their kidneys collapse, all these things happen. Because of the antimicrobial resistance, they do develop the HAI infections, and doctors do not have any options to giving the results within time. So they do prescribe prophylactic antibiotics, and it actually further leads to several complications.
So when someone sends it to the lab now, they will use your equipment to do the test. Is that correct? So your labs are the places that you have to sell to.
Yes.
How are you going to sell better to the labs compared to the existing? How are you going to sell this product?
Yeah. So this is the same question has been asked with lot many intelligent people like you. So even the gold standard methods, those are available right now. People do say, we have all the setup. Why do we buy yours? So the thing is that the gold standard is the culture. Being gold standard, the sensitivity of culture is just 27 to 30%. So even if you will stick with your gold standard, even you will wait for 5 days, still you will get the results of only 27 patients out of 100. So those 63 patients will, from your results, will get the result, positive results, because culture is not sensitive enough. Culture sensitivity is very, very less. So here we will be giving a convenient high sensitivity. Our product is sensitivity is more than 84%. So ultimately you are getting the result in 90 minutes. You are getting more sensitive results, and you are getting results gene based, gene specific. So in 90 you will get to know this is the gene causing infection, and also getting the classes of the antimicrobial resistance, which class to choose, which class to leave.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sahil, did you have any questions for this one?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, then we have Naman. You've got your hand up, so we'll take a question from you. No audio on you there, Naman.
No volume.
No audio. You're not on mute, but we can't hear you. Okay, you're gonna pass while we figure that out. Any other questions from the judging panel? Okay, if not, if we don't get Naman back in the next 2 seconds, we'll say thank you to the team, and we will continue on. Okay, thank you to our 5th team, and then we'll get geared up for team 6 in just a minute. Judges, you have time to score now.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And Surbi, back to you and I.
Yes, looking forward, Chris, to another round of questions.
All right, so back to my turn for you. So you've had this this mission of connecting with Canada and building together with us on a number of different levels. But there's also so many interesting international collaborations that you've worked on. What are some of the international programs that are coming up this year or from the past year that you've been really excited about? We'd love to hear about those.
Chris, thank you. A great question. So our idea, our mission and of linking startups abroad and the ecosystem abroad through various initiatives is 3-pronged. One, to mobilize global capital for investments in Indian startups. Secondly, giving the startups an access to global markets. And thirdly, creating an ecosystem and environment for Indian innovation to go abroad to the global markets, and also to co-collaborate with different startups based out of various countries at the same time. With that idea, mission and vision, we have 16 international bridges as of today. Our most recent bridge was launched at the World Economic Forum with Switzerland. And we've held various programs under these international bridges as well. But that said, I'm going to provide a link of these international bridges on our chat as well after our conversation. But our initiatives is not only limited with these 16 countries. We have our mission with over 30 plus international Indian missions and with 5 other continents. Now we do that with an idea to, like I said, to give startups an exposure opportunity. And we do that through one pitching series. So Japan and with Jetro, we have conducted pitching sessions with over 100 plus startups. Second is our mentorship model that is followed in the US, that we conduct strategic mentorship support both from Indian startups and US startups to a specific theme or sector-based cohort and with mentors from both the countries. Third is our Academia Connect, which we do with Canada through Schulich School of Business, wherein the studentpreneurs get an opportunity to learn about the ecosystem of Canada. And for Canada, we provide it with the Indian ecosystem. Lastly, we have our innovation challenges as well. And our success model is with Sweden Healthcare Innovation Challenge, wherein with different partners, we collaborate and give startups an opportunity, maybe of mentorship, incubation, fiscal and non-fiscal incentive. And for the companies and partners, these startups provide an innovative solution. So these are some of the activities that we have been doing, and we are also looking forward to conducting more activities this coming financial year, including exposure visits, wherein we give startups an opportunity to showcase the work that they are doing, bring the innovative ideas of India and take them globally in various events. Chris, over to you now. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thanks for sharing. It's really inspiring. Thanks for sharing. It's really inspiring to hear that work and to know that that's going on a global basis. And I appreciate hearing about that. Okay, we'll bring the judges back, and we're down to our final presentation now. And I almost introduced them a few minutes ago, so now it's like the buildup is big, but we're going to bring them back. Earth Analytica Lab. So we'll bring them on, speaker highlight them, get them to share screen, and then I'll count you in, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Surbi. I hope I'm audible.
You are? I can hear you. That's great. So we'll get you to share screen.
Yeah. Is it visible?
We'll get a thumbs up from a few people in a minute. Not quite yet. It says started screen sharing for me. There we go. I can see it now. A couple other thumbs up. And we'll count you in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, hi everyone. We are Team Analytica. And in order to start with, I'll talk about a story of Mohan and what are his problems. So Mohan is a proud farmer out of Satna, and he has some problems like degrading farm soil health, increasing agri input cost year over year, and decreasing in produce. So and the most important thing is he's not aware that whom he should go for help. So here comes us. The other major problem what Mohan facing are, he's doing stubble burning. He is not aware about, agri residue management and soil testing. So that causes him even, the farm soil quality to deteriorate, which increases the input cost for Mohan and eventually leaves him with the lesser revenue. In terms of climate and economy impact, so if Mohan is doing 1 acre of stubble burning, so he's producing 45 metric ton of carbon dioxide, which is close to, which is equivalent to 10 cars, CO2 emitted by 10 cars in a year. Next, 50% of the soil quality, soil health is degraded for the Mohan's farm, and he's losing out on 1 metric ton of agri residue, which is a huge opportunity loss in terms of agri GDP. So how big is this scenario? Currently, 66% of the population in India are dependent on agriculture, which contributes to 19% of the agricultural GDP. But if farmers are not adopting modern farming practices, and this hits them a loss of 25 to 40% in revenue, which in Canadian for individual farmer like Mohan is 30% of the income, that is 500 Canadian dollars. Overall, 17 plus billion Canadian loss every year due to, improper farming practices. So we are here to help Mohan, farmers like Mohan, and in India. So Earth Analytica Lab solution to Mohan's problem. So exactly we provide 4 solutions to Mohan, which are rapid soil testing, rapid water testing, agri residue management, and instant support to farmers like Mohan. So in rapid soil testing, we do soil health analysis report based on 14 parameters. And the best part is we do it under 60 minutes. Same thing goes for rapid water testing, where a field water analysis report is generated based on 11 parameters within 60 minutes. Agri residue management is a post-harvest residue, which are, remains on the field. So we help farmers like Mohan to clean his field free of cost. Lastly, we provide instant support to Mohan, where he can reach out to our agents and farmer coordinators anytime via app or a phone call. So let's look at the user journey of Mohan with EAL. So initially, we organize farmer meetup where Mohan register and attend a session based on awareness awareness about soil testing, water testing, what are the importance, and the session are taken by renowned soil scientists, agronomists. The next step is Mohan shows expression of interest in the services. Then Earth Analytica lab agents go and provide doorstep service. Then there is a report generation within 60 minutes. And lastly, we provide free of cost agronomic consulting to Mohan based on what he wants to grow in the next crop cycle. So we provide them with a personalized input, like what amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and couple of other ingredients need to be put in the farm. So eventually we see a happy Mohan here. So in terms of pricing strategy, is our pricing affordable for Mohan? Yes, indeed. The rapid soil testing price is at 8 Canadian dollars, which is close to about 500 rupees. Rapid water testing is 7 Canadian dollars, which is 400 rupees per sample. And agri residue management is provided free of cost to Mohan. There is a huge cost revenue center for us, and we provide the service for free based on the revenue. The residue collected will be used by us. So our pricing model is very affordable, but is it sustainable? Yeah, we provide we calculated that our customer acquisition cost is 6 Canadian dollars and a lifetime value of a customer to about 125 Canadian dollars. So agri residue is free to Mohan, but is it like how we are getting impacted, or what are the benefits for EAL? So the residue collected from the Mohan's field is used in the animal fodder, ethanol production units, residual-based compost, paper pulp and yarn, and biomass briquettes as an industrial fuel. So this is a multi-sales opportunity for EAL, where we have done the pilot and identified that the net margin we have got is 50% for this. So if 2,500 acre of farm generates 2,500 metric ton of agri residue, that translates to 2 million Canadian in revenue. So the go-to-market strategy for the first year is divided into 4 phases, where we'll be doing user acquisition and marketing. So we'll be organizing farmer meetups in various areas. We'll be launching our mobile application. We'll be hosting government awareness camps on farming. Next is we'll be appointing farmer coordinators, and we'll be doing direct and indirect sales opportunities through digital media and in-person marketing. Next, we'll be distributing our services with a doorstep model, where they can avail services on their farm. The third phase is cross-selling and brand building, where we'll be selling our other services like field water testing, agri residue management, and also providing discounts and freebies to the loyal customers. Last phase is the expansion with government orders, with FPOs and large, farm produce companies. So we have a plan to expand to Madhya Pradesh state, where a total addressable market size is 11 million. And we'll be taking contracts of government projects and FPOs to achieve scale. So in terms of market opportunity, we are profitable from year 1, where we'll be starting off from Satna with a potential of 35K farmers with a penetration of 3%, 10%, and 2%. We are able to achieve a year 1 revenue of 150K Canadian dollars with a net profit of 66K Canadian dollars and a gross margin of 44%, net gross margin. So our 2 to 3 year revenue projection, in terms of expansion in Madhya Pradesh state, so total farmers are 10 million, assuming to be the ARPU of 25 Canadian dollar and considering 10% penetration rate of the farmer, we can clock 25 million Canadian in revenue if we expand in only Madhya Pradesh state. So Earth Analytica lab offers more than competitors, especially doorstep service at affordable price and residue management. So We do more number of soil testing parameters. We are present in an untapped territory in Madhya Pradesh. The pricing is very cheap, at least 2x or 3x. Nobody provides doorstep service as us, and the test generation time is 60 minutes for us. For the competitors, it's 2 to 3 days, or at times 7 days. So the value proposition and advantage for us is doorstep service with the affordable pricing. We are a cloud-based mobile application. So we are modern and scalable, and we have a first mover advantage in the region where we are starting. In terms of traction, we have interviewed 1,000+ interviews of farmers, and we have done R&D activities with the agronomist. So we got incubated at Satna Incubation Center, followed by BNES, that is one of the best in MP. We had got a chance to present at Social Alpha. We got Ignite 2.2 program by Vadvani Foundation. We got registered and recognized as a Startup India startup. Lastly, we are here at Together 2023 competing at Finale. So if we talk about survey results, 96% of the farmer opted for soil testing for the farm. But the case is only they'll opt if it is a doorstep service, because it is a hassle in terms of time, money, and effort for the farmers to go and avail soil testing services from lab. The market validation is done through agronomists and soil scientists, where we have spoken to 15-20 agronomists and agroscientists. We have taken video testimonials for them, and 100% of them recommended that soil testing is necessary for farmers. We have also conducted farmer camps where we have asked them personally, like what exactly is the situation at the field and the importance of soil testing. Our mission and vision is pretty simple, where we need to acquire 5 million active users and empower 25 million farmers in a span of 5 years. We have a concrete roadmap for 5 years, where we'll be starting off with rapid soil testing, rapid water testing, and agri-residue management. Then we'll be having our centralized lab, EL marketplace. We'll be also into data analytics and soil sciences. Eventually, we'll be having our global presence with a carbon credit bank. So here is our team. I'm the co-founder, CBO. I'm ex-BITS Pilani grad with industry experience into product management, consulting, and finance. Krishan Dev Singh, he is an MBA grad with a 14+ years of experience in IT, education, agri-business. Nishant is a co-founder CTO. He is a grad of IIT Dhanbad. He has a 2-year experience in developing industry scale software and applications. Next, we have Rajav, Dhruv, Chirantan, and Emerald as a part of Schulich team. They have helped us a lot in achieving the stage. And we have our mentors, Harvard, Sujata Madam, Shivakiran Sir, Anirudh, and Shilpi Gautam as a mentor. Thank you. Open for questions.
Great. Thanks for the presentation. And we're going to open with Ankur for this one.
Hey, hi. Great presentation. I think a well-identified problem, but help me understand. I have a few questions. One, what happens today? What's the gap? Okay, where are farmers currently going? That's question number one. And second, I'm still not clear with the complete product suite, because you talked about from doing the testing to survey result sharing, consulting. So is it largely a consulting services, or?
No. So we provide lab-based testing of soil on the farm. So I'll share you what exactly how exactly we are doing it. So there's the equipment, what we are using. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, just if you can do the full screen, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's the equipment we are using. This is a STFR based soil testing meter kit. And this is installed in a mobile van. And like whenever a farmer gives order, we go there and we provide services on farm within 60 minutes. And we print the report And the advisory is free of cost. The consulting is free of cost based on the report itself. So reports and data clearly gives that what exactly he wants to, based on what exactly he wants to grow, what should be the inputs in terms of fertilizers. And this is the report generated. So this is the report where we are doing 14 parameters.
Great, thanks. We've got Arati set up to go next.
Great presentation, guys. My question is around the competitors. I know you had that competitor slide, but how many of them, the two competitors, I'm assuming they're also doing this door to door, and what have you learned from how they have scaled? I think similar to Naman's question, my question is, how are they showing up? Are they not showing up? And for you to scale, is it a lot of manpower that needs to go basically door to door to farms? Yeah, interested in this competitor analysis slide.
Yeah. So basically, in terms of operational cost, it's just that the mobile lab in a van which needs to be set up, and the cost comes about 5 lakhs INR. And in terms of operations, we need 1 or 2 people to run it. So it's highly scalable. I don't know, like it's a really untapped opportunity what competitors haven't identified, because see, they are running on a model where centralized lab, and then they'll take sample to those lab and get it tested and delivered to the farmer. But again, like those things farmer needs to visit and avail the services. So that is very inconvenient for the farmer nowadays. And
yeah,
the next thing is in terms of awareness, the competitors, the marketing is very less. The penetration of these competitors in various parts of India is very less. So like the market is very scattered as of now. So we are utilizing that as an opportunity to tap in with a good service and affordable pricing.
got it. How many farms could one of the vans do per day?
So per day, one machine can do 30 to 35 tests.
Great.
So 60 minutes is the max. We have also done it in 30 minutes.
Great, thanks.
Great. With Naman having a few issues on the mic there, he did drop a question for you in the chat, so I'm just going to read it out, and you can expand on what you've already talked about. So Naman asks, I might ask, what is the go-to-market strategy to make this really scale? Does it need a big sales team? It feels like you need to sell the farmer first.
Yeah. So in terms of reaching a larger audience of farmer, so that is why we are organizing farmer meetup with the help of heads of the village and the region out there, and people like soil scientists and agronomists, where farmer actually values their words. So it's a session of 500 to 1,000 farmers, and those people will be attending those awareness session. And the next thing, in order to reach more people, we'll be directly in touch with government and farm produce organization, where the capacity is more than 500 to 1,000 farmers. So that is how we are able to reduce our customer acquisition cost. The next thing is the operations part. So I explained there is very little machinery required, which is like for one device, 5 lakh INR with 1 or 2 people for the testing. So it's highly scalable, and since it's an app, so if at all we have given an opportunity to scale in any new area, we'll be able to do it within 1 week.
Okay, thanks for answering Naman's question. Judges, we'd like to get 1 or 2 more questions in here with the time clock that we're on. So do we have another couple questions?
Yeah, I do, just on the app side. So definitely understand like the technology and the app product, but how long does it take to basically like recreate the van that you have? So from a scale perspective, there's not just like, you know what I mean, like the hardware side.
Yeah, so within like 3 days we can have a van. The app is a bit tricky to reproduce. For us, basically it took 7 to 8 months to develop the app. So here basically some of the technologies used our AWS and the input from the soil farmers and agents. So it's difficult there.
Great, thanks.
Great. Okay, Rajiv, you've got a question.
What prompted you folks to do this actually? Why are you into this problem statement?
So it was over a tea we were discussing, that's popularly known as chai pe charcha in India. So we were discussing this solution with a farm to fork model. Later we realized that this a real problem for the farmers, like the soil testing and all. So we initially started with farm to fork model, and later we pivoted into soil testing and rapid water testing. But we have a concrete plan, since in agriculture you can able to cross sell a lot of things. So we have a next pivot would be marketplace model, where we'll be, since we are able to get loyal customers through providing these services, and they'll be able to actually benefit on their income side. So they will also even further use our app to order agri inputs. So that is the next pivot. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you, judges. Much appreciated. Thank you, team. And now to let everyone know what happens next, we've had our 6 presentations, so we'll have like a virtual applause. Thank you. Cheers in the chat for everybody that we're done. The teams, you can now take a big breath and just sit back and get to see what's going to happen next. So Vito and the team are going to take you to a virtual private breakout room where you'll have the opportunity to first take a few minutes and finish your scores from the last team. And then when the group of you are ready, then have a conversation together and review the scores, see where the rankings are. Often we've had ties. There has to be some debate in the background and some perspective amongst the judges. And you'll have approximately 30 minutes to go through that process. A few more if you need it. We'll check in on you and see if there's like a big fight going on in the background with the judges. I think that happens from time to time, but a healthy debate going on. But we'll check in on you at that 30-minute mark. And in the meantime, we'll have our next set of special guests and speakers that will be joining us. So Surbi, over to you and the introduction of our awesome next speaker.
Thanks, Chris. All the best to all these 6 top teams. You've presented very well, and we are excited to know the results. Coming back to our speaker sessions, I'm very excited and elated to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Naveen Jha. He's currently at Senior Advanced Leadership Initiative Fellow at Harvard Business School. And before joining Harvard, Naveen was the CEO of Deshpande Foundation India, an incubator at TCS. Welcome, Naveen. Naveen had founded and led the Deshpande Education Trust, one of India's biggest skill education providers for the youth, sandbox startups, and entrepreneurship ecosystem, and founded Leaders Accelerating Development, a leadership program that has engaged 30,000 college students in societal problem solving. He's the co-founder and former president of Thai Hubli chapter. Naveen was the recipient of the International Ford Foundation Fellowship back in 2005 and was at the Oxford University in 2019 at the British Chevening Gurukul Fellow. With so many awards and accolades, Naveen, we are really excited to hear from you. And I'm sure the studentpreneurs could also make notes to see how to take their trajectory forward and learn from you. Over to you, Naveen.
Yeah. Thanks, Shuvi, for the generous introduction. You all can do the 50% discount. No, I got an opportunity to listen to around 5 presentations, and I really would like to congratulate York University for doing the excellent job and very well managed program, and the quality of presentations and the startup was kind of phenomenal. I spent roughly kind of a decade in the startup ecosystem in India. I'm really glad to see that the kind of maturity is coming in the whole startup ecosystem, and all the young people are kind of try to tackle really deserving problems. There's several times in the US, we see that they try to solve the problems which is not it's a perceived problem, may not be the real problem, but you all have done a wonderful job in selecting the real world problem. We often say here in startup, whether you're I'm sure you can relate it, whether you are developing the paracetamol or you are developing the vitamins. It's look like all you're focusing the paracetamol, which is targeting some real world problem. So I really would like to congratulate all of you. A few points I would like to highlight so you don't get discouraged. It's always a tough journey as an entrepreneur. But one thing is very important, that it gives the really purpose to the life. You're passionate about it. So I've seen that, especially the co-founders, I think they are the best salesperson of their ideas, and no one else can do their job. So though it's a tough journey, but your passion and your ability to solve the problem and navigate the whole thing in different way, even if you have a lot of competitor, even if product is closer to something, some other competitor, I think your severe, your energy and dedication and ability to maneuver the thing, that's the game changer in the whole. And several of the product I have seen that, though they were they have a competitor which have a better resources, etc. But the sheer co-founding team has done a wonderful job. Second, I would always suggest that it always take a longer than you expect, and it will take time, and sticking together the whole team is critical. Like in US, we always say, which I always contradict, that here we have a concept of fail early, fail fast. I think if you fail early, fail fast, you can't build anything. So you all know, because you have all developed the product, it always, like on an average 3 to 5 years, any good product take a time to build the MVP and test with full of customer. So it's going to always take a longer time, and good product. We have seen that. I was mentoring a couple of company here in MIT. Is 5 and 8 year horizon. So how you are stick to the idea, but at the same time, accountability in the process is important. But you rest assured that it's a longer journey. So if you're joining together, because several times after a couple of years, the co-founding teams start deviating with other opportunity because of the various reasons. So I would say, if your co-founding team is sticking together for a longer time, I think that's where the key. We have seen that, and several times it's all luck, resources. Is a combination of a lot of other things. Why any startup move ahead and where things get broken. So I would highly appreciate all of you for your efforts. You have either you are solve testing or solving the English language problem, and really admire. You have a global perspective. You are thinking how to scale from very beginning. Earlier days, we used to have a challenge in India that we initially founding team were able to see how to develop product, but ability to scale, ability to see the how the big picture and bigger revenue. But most of the presentation, I really admire that you guys have at least you're thinking how to scale globally and understanding the big picture of the program. And nicely, some of you has really leveraged the ecosystem presently India is having, whether it's incubator or funder or government program, as Surbhi was mentioning about the Startup India initiative, recognition of startups, etc. So the startups are connecting at a very large scale. But having all said that, this journey is always tough. And I always say, no one told you that it's an easy journey. So so how you can believe your idea and persistent to kind of your efforts moving. I'm sure you will figure it out, because most of the problem you have picked up is a very, very relevant problem for India and the rest of the world. And like from presentation wise, you are, I congratulate you. Like I'm a final judge in the Harvard Innovation Lab here. You are second to none. The quality of presentation, I've seen it, is fabulous. And I'm sure a lot of energy have gone through making the whole process, selecting it, and then refining the presentation, how they can totally focus on various aspects of the business. And very, very interesting thing that what should be the proper detail to present. It was very balanced job. You have done it. And you all have a fabulous dream you kind of want to achieve. But at the same time, dream with a deadline is important. If you don't have a milestone and deadline fixed in the process, then dream become a kind of lofty ideas and we are thinking. But you all have a good team abilities, and really kind of you are kind of detailing it, and it'll take time. So don't worry about it. It'll always take a longer than we expect. But how you can stick to your kind of basics, and I'm sure you have a good access of a lot of mentors, people who can guide it at various stages, whether you are kind of pivoting your product, building your team, or raising money and scaling it to various other territory wherever you are based in. And with the given background you all have, I'm sure you will have a fabulous journey. And I always say it doesn't matter whether you kind of succeed or not. In the process, the learning you are getting is phenomenal. You got to realize what is the purpose of your life for these couple of years, how you kind of get a sleepless night in figuring out the little thing to the bigger thing, and the whole excitement to develop the whole product and company is phenomenal. And that's, like I always say that you are always the CEO of your life, but when you set up the startup, you got that taste in outside of yourself. And it's like I myself co-founded 2 companies, 5 years, and they sold after that. And then I came to Harvard. So that journey is it teaches you a lot of lessons. It teaches you how to be humble, because when we were at the end of the month, when you have to make a payment for all the vendors, salary, and all those things, it's totally different experience. You get it, and it's more. I think more I reflect, more I kind of become thankful for everyone who has contributed in the process. So I will encourage that, be thankful to everyone, because it's never a one-person journey. Always a lot of people extend the support. And the same thing I would encourage to kind of extend to your other fellow startups who are kind of figuring out in different stage. So it's become a kind of robust ecosystem. What we got all the resources and kind of help, connection, advice, mentor, family support. Needless to say how important it is when you're running your startup. And the same thing I would encourage every one of you to extend that kind of support, advice, resources to your fellow young person or anyone who is kind of setting the startup. And then let's build a stronger ecosystem, which is kind of more robust, more appreciative for the new ideas and the people who really want to take on. So by that note, I know my 10 minutes are coming closer, and like to appreciate York University, Surabhi, Startup India, and judges, all judges. I was hearing the questions. They were quite good questions they were asking, and same way our startups are also deploying in a very, very kind of confident way. So it's a worth spending morning to listening this presentation. By that note, I would like to congratulate all of you. And there may be some winner or some kind of next round you may get it during the process, but it matters. But I would say that in a big picture scale, what you got from this learning exposure and the connection, I think that's the real kind of winning proposition for all of you. By that note, I would like to congratulate everyone and good luck for your next journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naveen. That was a lovely reflection on everything that you've seen here today and on your guidance and wisdom for the students. I love listening to you and everything that you had to say. There was a lot of reflection in there for the stages they're at, the experience they're going through, what happens next. You reminded them that, no one told them it was going to be an easy journey, but it's not going to be an easy journey. It already hasn't been. And on top of all that, who doesn't like to be compared favorably to Harvard? So thank you very much. I hope I can quote you on that to my dean.
Good job, Chris. Good job.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the time. Okay, now from here, we have a number of special guests, some of whom are in the room, and we said, let's get them on and have a chat while we're lining up our next participants in the program. And so I'm going to invite Mohan, my friend Mohan, to join me here on stage. Mohan is the managing partner at Good News Ventures. You'll be hearing from him later on because he has the special treasured task of actually letting us know who the second place team was, and then he's going to tell us who the first place team was. But don't get excited because you're not here for that yet. We're just going to hang out and talk for a few minutes. So Mohan, great to be here with you today. Give us a quick snippet real quick on Good News Ventures and your role in the ecosystem. And then I got a couple questions for you.
All right. Thank you so much. Wow. What a event. What sort of, very impressed with all the presenters. I'm so excited. I know the judges are very nervous and it's probably really going to be a very tough decision for them. So I am I'm a general partner at a pre-seed fund called Good News Ventures. We gave the name Good News to give a positive connotation to something really difficult. As Naveen just mentioned, it's not going to be easy. It takes a lot of passion, perseverance. What we do is we invest at very, very early stage, usually post-product, and we bet based on three things. At an early stage is all about why you. Are you passionate? Can you persevere with your big, bold vision? It's all about the founder's ability to execute. Then why now? What's the timing? What's going on in the industry for this to happen? I mean, we heard a lot about health tech, addressing real immediate problem, whether it's climate, whether it's health. So that we look at the timing as another criteria. And then why this? Why is your solution better than what is out there? Is it 10x better than what is out there? So at an early stage, it's very hard to really understand, but that's kind of our focus for our thesis. My background, I'm an entrepreneur, in the telecom space for a long time ago. After exiting that, did a couple of more startups, and fortunate to have some success along the way. Being an angel investor for a while, that's where I met my partner at Good News Ventures, Marat, and myself. And Mona, we invested in 40 companies as angels. Decided to launch Good News Ventures about 5 years ago. We have 45 startups. We do about 10 to 12 investments a year, and very excited. I mean, we felt that at an early stage, it's very difficult to get funding. So we thought, as operators, previous entrepreneurs, how can we not only write small checks, but also help our founders to execute. And again, with Schulich School of Business, with Chris, we've been involved in, you guys are doing an amazing job. Very fortunate to have been part of many initiatives that you've done over the last few years, and very excited for today's announcement as well.
Oh, well, thanks for the intro, to what you're up to, and thanks for being here with us today. I thought this would be a great opportunity for you to speak with this international stage on behalf of the VC, community here in Toronto and in Canada, and specifically Toronto, because that's where we're located at York University, Toronto and York region. So what makes you so excited about what we're experiencing now in terms of our own tech ecosystem, in terms of the innovations and the opportunities that you're seeing as an investor? If you had this opportunity to speak to the international audience, what would you be saying about why they should be paying attention to Toronto?
Yeah, okay, so I've been, as I mentioned, I've been an entrepreneur based in Toronto, and we ended up selling globally. We're in 40 different countries. But I think things have evolved a lot. I mean, historically, you've seen, very successful entrepreneurs have come out of Toronto, ended up moving to Silicon Valley or in the US and built multi-billion-dollar companies. What had lacked at the beginning was the ecosystem, whether it's from a mentors, advisors, whether it's from a funding. And I think over the past few years, government and institutions and academics like yourself in your university have invested in building that ecosystem. And as everyone knows, Canada is a very diverse country. I think there, especially in Toronto, there's about 160 languages being spoken here. And, it's kind of a space that when we have people with different diverse background, you get to innovate and come out with different perspective, and then tie that with the academics, the universities, world-class universities that are in our neighborhood, not York University to University of Toronto. Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, that's from them. To Waterloo University, Vitalik, the founder of Ethereum, is actually a dropout from Waterloo University. I think we have a significant education institutions with the immigrant population that have come in to really make and address global problem. We're very, very primed. And on couple that with a very strong, stable political system to a very strong financial system, we actually makes Canada and Toronto as a whole to be an ideal location. And then we are close to US. At the same time, we have relationship with in Europe for trade. And India has got the fastest growing startup ecosystem. So this partnership really makes it so exciting to continue to innovate and come up with solve problems like what we saw today. That's amazing problems is solving, and to be able to share and bridge talent and share resources to really solve global problems. So I'm very excited being in Canada and having access to these resources. I think that's why any startups or anyone that wants to look at building relationship, I think Toronto and Canada is a great place to be in.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that and to sharing that perspective on where we're at as an ecosystem and as a city and as a country. One last question for you is, you had the opportunity to come and hang out with our class from the MBA in India virtually and to talk to them about some of the principles. What was that like, getting to guest lecture and coming in and hanging out with them? What were your impressions of the class and that experience?
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. I was truly amazed at, there are students, but I think, I must say though, even though I've gone through so many startups, I learned a lot. Again, learned to fail and learned how to avoid the same mistakes again. A lot of lessons learned. But I realized that I learned a lot more now from entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs, and I was blown away. Even the questions and feedback some of the students actually provided. So I could see that the entrepreneurship, the knowledge, and how students and young entrepreneurs look at solving problems are extremely different. And for me, I came to speak, but I also learned a lot through that process. And I must say how gracious most of them. Again, part of that is pretty much every single student had reached out to me afterwards and share their own comments or wanted to stay connected. I think that goes a long way in terms of building their, again, being very hungry for knowledge, wanting to build a network and surrounding themselves with the right people for them to succeed. And I think that goes a long way. And I think I appreciate that. And I was the first to accept everyone's invite. And I hope I'll get a lot more chances to work with some of those students in the future as well.
That's awesome. Thank you, Mohan. And thanks for also all the work that you do, taking our students on for placements as part of 6960 with my class and the other programs at the school. We appreciate you, and we'll see you back soon. When the judges are ready, you'll get to bring us the big news. But it was great for everyone to get a chance to meet you and to hang out. So thanks for the time. Now with that, I'm going to introduce our next guest, and we're going to go to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maninder Sidhu. He's a Member of Parliament from Brampton East. He was first elected as a Member of Parliament for Brampton East in 2019, and he was appointed by the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, in 2021 to be Canada's Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's a long history and track record of working internationally, nationally, and also with great impact on a local level here within the community. And we're excited to have him here today. Welcome, and we're looking forward to your greetings. There we go. Do we have you with us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Wonderful. Well, hello and bonjour, everyone. I'm pleased to join so many dignitaries based here in Canada, in India, and across the world. And it's wonderful to see so many familiar faces. I was looking at the invites, and it's definitely a great group to be with. I'll come right out and apologize for the background noise. I'm at the airport waiting to board as I head to Asia, but apologies. So let me say first off, congratulations to all of you for participating in Together 2023. As Parliamentary Secretary, I work closely with Minister Mary Ng, Canada's Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, whose portfolio, along with our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Melanie Joly, includes Canada's new Indo-Pacific strategy. In fact, India is pivotal to Canada's deepening engagement in the Indo-Pacific region, given our many shared values and commitments to innovation, strong people-to-people ties, and of course, our business relationships. India also represents our largest cohort of international students, as many of you may know. And when students like you choose to study in world-class Canadian institutions like York University, your fresh ideas and skills turn into businesses that benefit industries, economies, and communities in both our countries. As you know, India is one of the world's fastest growing major economies. In 2021, India was Canada's 13th most important merchandise trading partner with over $9 billion in bilateral trade. And this year, India is on track to becoming the 5th largest economy with roughly 1.4 billion consumers, thanks to a large and growing middle class, which is expected to double by 2030. So a lot of growth and opportunities there. Canada is home to approximately 1.3 million Canadians of Indian heritage. We are also an excellent destination for Indian investors and businesses who want to tap into or partner with Canadian talent and expertise. Thanks to our stable political and economic climates, our diverse, highly skilled workforce and expertise in many high growth areas, including clean tech, agri-tech, health tech, and digital services. We're also the only G7 country that has comprehensive free trade agreements with every other G7 country, which is a huge accomplishment. And our 15 trade agreements in place with 51 countries around the world open doors to more than 60% of the world's GDP and more than 1.5 billion potential consumers. Canada sees India as key to our economic future, and that's why the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan is investing more than $3 billion in India through a new office in Mumbai. It's also why Mumbai-based Tata Motors, India's largest manufacturer of commercial vehicles and leading bus manufacturer, chose a Vancouver-based company, Ballard Power Systems, to power 15 of its zero-emission fuel cell electric buses. Who knows, someone in this room may follow in these very same footsteps and build a new bridge between our two markets. And we hope that when you do, you'll look to Canada's Trade Commissioner Services for help. It's a very good service for those looking to get involved between our two markets. The TCS has been helping Canadian entrepreneurs scale up and get into new markets abroad for more than 125 years. So a lot of experience there. It can also help Indian investors and entrepreneurs access lucrative Canadian markets through 8 offices located across India. And that includes, bear with me here, Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Kolkata, Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad, and Chennai. I hope I didn't miss any, but yes, we're across the country there to help, as well as Canadian technology accelerators strictly designed to help innovators like you take your ideas to the next level. So I encourage everyone here to see how Canada's Trade Commissioner Services can help you take your business ideas from the classroom to the boardroom. We hope your experience in this entrepreneurship bootcamp and venture competition here at York University's Schulich School of Business will bring our economies, our communities, and our industries closer together. So I'll conclude by congratulating you all once again and wishing you all a bright, exciting, and rewarding entrepreneurial future. Thank you, merci, and feel free to reach out to me if I can be of any assistance to any of you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and for your time, even from the airport. We'll surely be using your suggestions to bridge the collaboration between India and Canada. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
We next up have Mr. Praneeth Singh, Associate Director, Upgrad Abroad. Praneeth is an alum of University of Pennsylvania Graduate School of Education. At the very young age of 21, Praneeth co-founded his first venture in India and the US. By 24, he had scaled his organization's turnover to over 8 million USD and expanded it to over 15 countries across the world. By 22 years of age, Praneeth had led teams of over 250 individuals and hosted leadership workshops for over 3,500 individuals from across 128 countries, including United Nations major group for children and youth. Currently, Praneeth serves Upgrad, South Asia's leadership, higher leadership and in education organization as its associate director. Thank you for joining us, Praneeth. Over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. I think I'd like to start by extending my good wishes to everybody who's made it this far. I am told that these are the top 6 teams from the 21 that made it through the round 1. I'm absolutely thrilled. I think as a student myself, I was a participant of a lot of boot camps, a lot of startup forums. I think these are some of the most orchestrated, influential part of the student life. These are highlights of when you actually experience your peak in exploring your entrepreneurial mindset. I think 10 years ago when I was in your place, things were very different. In the last 10 years and this last decade, a confluence of factors are radically reshaping the entire economic world. I think these economic shifts are redistributing disruptive breakthroughs, wealth, competition, jobs around the globe. And I think the radical thinking, these new business models, the resource scarcity are impacting every sector. You look at healthcare, you look at higher ed, you look at finance. There's so much of disruptive breakthroughs that are happening almost every day. And so businesses around the world are beginning to understand that they need a clear and meaningful purpose more than the daily shift, so that there's a clear direction in which you're leading your enterprise or startup. And saying, so there has to be a purposeful mandate when you move ahead from your startups now. And I wish Godspeed to each one of you to take these startups forward, because the purpose is very important. If you're supposed to attract and retain employees, your consumers, and your partners. Now, one of my biggest lessons that so when I graduated from UPenn, I did a dual degree from Wharton. And so one of the things that they teach you at Wharton is that this is a hyper-connected, hyper-competitive world. And so if you want to operate as an entrepreneur, you operate with a clear and fixed vision of the future. That's primemost. Sometimes it's a vision that does not yet exist, but you've got to constantly scan for ideas, for opportunities, for technologies that can help you propel that vision. Because remember, a company, an idea, an enterprise is just a vehicle to progress and advance towards that cause that you've set for yourself. So one of the most important questions that I want all of you to ask yourself is, why have I picked up this problem? Why is my idea not solving the symptom of a problem, but is solving the root cause of the problem? These two are very different. While it may seem that, hey, I think I'm kind of solving the issue, sometimes the symptom is very different from the root cause. And so if you succeed, would you be able to change the lives of a billion folks around the world? I think moving forward, one of the things that has changed, gravely is any millionaire as an entrepreneur is not just limited that if they've got $1 million startup. I think it means if they can impact the lives of 1 million folks around the world. Likewise, a billionaire means someone who can impact 1 billion lives. So ask yourself, what question are you asking that nobody else has been asking? Ask yourself that if I do this, would 1 billion lives be changed? Sometimes, because I've been a startup founder myself, I think one of the biggest complexity that comes to us is, do I really have to learn AI? Do I really have to learn machine learning? Do I really have to learn cloud computing to make sure my startup is more powered by technology? Well, actually, no. The idea is that the bigger your goal is, the easier it will be to achieve. Because when you talk about your vision, here's what happened with Musk. Musk's vision is so audacious, so bold, that the smartest minds in AI jumped in. The smartest minds in machine learning jumped in. The smartest minds in cloud computing jumped in. People will figure out the how. You've got to be clear with the why and the what. A lot of startups are now more radically thinking. We've got a startup called Moon Express that's mining for minerals on the moon, that's mining for natural resources on the moon's surface. If you're an entrepreneur, or if you'd like to be one, keep in touch with this foundation in the US called XPRIZE. Then you've got startups in the US that are making diseases optional, whether it's a heart disease or cancer. There's just abundant use of data, of bioinformatics, that's taking the world by a storm. And so my frame of reference that I'd like to pass on to you guys would be, how are you, through your startup, going to enhance human experience and build a better world than the world that you inherited? If it's in line with SDGs, well and good. Even if it's not, that's not the point. The point is, are you enhancing the human life? Or are you redefining what it means to be a human? I think that's the core of being a successful entrepreneur. Sometimes I'm asked, do you always have to have a lot of passion? I think passion is a very, very mundane thing now. It's obsession that you need. It's a mad obsession to create something better for the world, but it has to be infused with your personal values. Remember, that's the only differentiator between one startup founder and the next. It's how much your idea is infused with your personal values. But that said, I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned as an entrepreneur is never be married to your idea. Always be on the lookout. How do I make it better? If you've got to hire bigger, better, stronger employees, then you've got to be open. But remember, one of the other thing is that there's no better time to operate your startup than now. Analytics, cloud computing, AI, ML cost you 100 times lesser than they did 10 years ago. Cloud computing, or just getting some analytics or extrapolating some inferences from a stream of numbers would cost you $100,000 12 years ago. It costs you less than 100 now. So there is no time better than now. But I want you guys to be moonshot thinkers, to be thinking 10x. Sometimes, you know what helps the best? If you're not from the industry you're operating in, because if you're from the industry, you're so conformed to the status quo, you're so conformed to how things have always been. But when you're not, you're 10 times better because you revisit the fundamental truths of that industry. You challenge what the industry leaders have always believed to be deeply true. So a moonshot thinker who's thinking at 10x does not think about incremental growth. He or she thinks about disrupting and redesigning the entire industry. That's what Elon Musk did. So to succeed, you have to sometimes throw the rule book out of the window and be prepared to fail. Every failure always leads to bigger, better, bolder ideas. I remember I was in Spain for a conference, and on the conference main door, there was a quote that said, "You're the youngest you will ever be, so take as many risks as you can. But you're also the oldest you've ever been, so trust yourself, trust your instincts, trust that somehow you will always know through your gut, through your experiences, which way to go. You will figure it out." And I think the last lesson that I want to leave with you guys is asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. It means you're accepting, you're internalizing, you're embodying that, hey, I don't know X and I want to know about it. I don't know Y, but I'd like to learn about it. So always make sure that you're asking for help. My life has, has been very unconventional. I've always challenged the status quo. I think I started as an entrepreneur. Prior to that, I was working for the UN. So I started with working on SDGs, started building my own startup, then built my second startup. Then now I am into a job. But here's another idea that I want to talk about with you guys as I have time. Entrepreneurship doesn't always mean that you have to run a startup. Entrepreneurship can also be practiced at a job. You can be an entrepreneur and still be at a job. I think I have never felt in my current workplace upgrade as we change millions of lives every day. So we've got about 7.7 million students that we work with, and we send them across the world. But I think entrepreneurship is so highly coveted as a skill right now. And I can tell you that whether it's India or the US, where I worked for 7 years, whether it's Canada, the diaspora that's moving anywhere across the world values the skill called entrepreneurship. It's synonymous to problem solving. It's synonymous to big, bold, audacious thinking. It's synonymous to the leap of faith that you take, that somehow I will figure this out. I think with entrepreneurship, always remember there has to be accountability. I think one of the biggest lessons I've learned is it's not just the idea, it's following it all the way through to the realization of that idea. From 0 to 1 is a long journey sometimes it's short. But I think the most resilience needs to be exhibited when you're following the idea through, when you're learning each time you talk to your consumer. I think that's the biggest lesson I've learned, that I always keep my consumers at the heart of business. We talk to them every day. We learn so much from them. And I think ideas are not unique to one person or two or three or four. You have to love your competition. You can't do without them. Sometimes it's just that you have to keep in touch. You learn what they're doing great. It's not that you have to replicate everything, but I think there are things that you do, you know so much more, or you do so much better than your competitors, and that's okay. But sometimes they can be doing something that's, even stronger. And that's all right. Long story short, there are things sometimes that you don't really have to replicate because it doesn't fall in line with your purpose. First thing I'm going to want you guys to do is have a bold, big purpose of where you want to head and what is it going to do. Chris, I see you raised your hand. I'm hoping I hope I have a minute more, but if not.
You've done a great job, but we're out of time. And that's my hand up to say it could as well be an applause and say thank you for all of that. I have a couple takeaways that I've written down here from your chat, just encouraging the students to have a mission of changing the lives of 1 billion people around the world, to build a better world than the one they inherited. And my favorite one, which I think every year I give someone like a t-shirt award kind of quote for best quote. So I love this one. You could tell me if you stole it because I haven't heard it before, but that they need to have a mad obsession infused with their personal values. So that one I love and is definitely quotable. Thanks for your time. We're going to welcome our next guest now, and for your words. Thanks. So next we have the opportunity to welcome a member of our Schulich alumni base, speaking on behalf of the alumni and as an entrepreneur, Andy. Andy is the founder of Averon, a high intensity connected rowing machine, and the first gaming rower in the world, which is super cool. You should check this out online if you haven't got a chance, everybody. Born to Vietnamese refugee parents in Toronto, Canada, Andy turned to exercise in high school as a way to manage his ADHD, but as he spent more time in the gym, he noticed bored exercisers glued to their phones who were just going through the motions of a workout, and he founded Averon in 2018 as a better way to exercise. So we're looking forward to having him here with us today, sharing his thoughts and inspirations. Andy, welcome to the stage.
Thanks, Chris. You guys hear me okay? Chris, you hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
Perfect. Congrats to the teams who participated and everyone in attendance. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and share a bit of my story. So my name is Andy, and I'm the founder, like Chris said, of a company called Averon. The best way to think of Averon is we are a connected fitness company. We specifically make a rowing machine, and similar to Peloton, we have a big screen on our rowing machine, but instead of live classes with instructors, we use video game psychology and design to make workouts fun and exciting. So, imagine working out and rowing, and you're racing against your friends or competing against Olympians, you're shooting bugs, you're taking down pirate ships, that sort of content. And so that's what we do. So a little bit about the backstory about Averon. So I actually started this business in 2016, part-time, obviously working a full-time job like many founders do in the beginning. And I really went full-time in 2019 is when the product was ready to be launched. So we launched the product to gyms and hotels and what we call vertical markets in 2019. We bootstrapped the business. And that's how most of you will start your business, just borrowing money from friends and families, taking out loans. And, business was challenging for the first couple of years. I think in 2020, it got really bad as COVID hit and gyms started shutting down. We almost went bankrupt. But fortunately, we pivoted in mid 2020 and we transitioned to selling to consumers in their homes. And that's really when our business took off. So in 2021, we got into Y Combinator. Some of you may have heard of that program. We raised our seed stage investment. We also raised our Series A investment. So to date, we've raised over $30 million. We have over 60 employees. We've sold over 20,000 rowers. Our revenues last year were close to $30 million. And I would say all that growth is really between 2021 and now. So it's been a very short period of time, but the business has been around since 2016. So a lot of hard work, a lot of grinding, and things were really slow. And then finally something clicked, and then that's when we kind of launched off. So that's where we are now. So I'm here because I had 4 things I wanted to share with everyone. It's just my 4 pieces of advice that I've held true to, and it might be a little different, or you might have heard some of these things before, but hopefully it adds some value to you. So I'll keep them short. So the 4 ingredients that I think are important for any entrepreneur, and the first one's very simple. You've all heard this before, but I'm going to remind you is you need to work hard, and there's a lot of sacrifice. you need to work hard, and you need to work harder than your peers. And you have to work hard when you don't want to, and you have to work hard when there are things you don't want to do that you're going to have to do. I think that's really important. I think all of you here are, listening, work hard. That's given. But working hard when your friends are going out and they're inviting you to come out and hang out with you, or being lazy on a Sunday, those are the most important times in which you need to work hard. And so it's just a grind. And I'm sure you've heard that before. The next ingredient that I really think you need, and these are really just 4 ingredients. They're not really like advice, these are things I think you just need to have to be successful. The number 2 one is you need to make the right decisions. I know this one's an interesting one. As an entrepreneur, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. But the great thing is you have to make a ton of decisions. Every day, all I'm doing is making decisions, making decisions on pricing, who to hire, what to do next. And as long as you are constantly making decisions and you're putting the company in the right directions, and you're making more correct decisions than incorrect decisions, you'll be in a good place. So, I make mistakes every day, and I've lost this company millions of dollars due to my mistakes. But as long as you don't let those mistakes kind of slow you down, and there's hundreds of other decisions you need to make ahead of you, that's important. And number 3, so these last 2 I think are the most important, and ones you may not have heard of. Number 3 is being naive. Even when I started this business, I had no experience in fitness at all. So I've created a company that makes rowing machines and combines rowing machines with video games. That's essentially what we do. And when I started this business, I had never actually used a rowing machine for more than 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Probably if you combine the total amount of time that I was on a rowing machine was less than 2 hours. And I also had no experience with video games other than playing video games. But I started the business because I have a passion for fitness and I have a passion for video games, but I didn't know anything. I didn't know how hard it was going to be to do anything, set up the business, register things, market to consumers. I had very little experience, if not any experience, but it's important to not know these things, because if you're naive, I think that's important in helping you get to the end goal. Because if you saw how challenging this journey was going to be, if I knew how challenging this journey was going to be, I might not have done it, because you're going to face really, really tough challenges. And being naive, I think people think, because I don't have experience, it's like you might shy away from it. But not having experience can be an advantage, and I think it's more of an advantage than people think. The 4th ingredient is being lucky. This one's interesting as well. You need to be lucky, in my opinion, to be successful, because it's, along this journey, you meet people, you make decisions, you do things, and a lot of it's based on luck. But the most important thing is that you understand that luck isn't given to you. Luck is given to those who look for it. And so what I mean by that is, when someone invites you to a networking event, or there's an opportunity to do something, apply to a program, you should always take that opportunity, because that's what being lucky is putting yourself out there to get that luck. So in our case, an example of being lucky, we never really wanted to get into Y Combinator. But I randomly applied, and I didn't think I was going to get in. And I've made those type of decisions hundreds and thousands of times. And if I'm right, 1% of the time, that's, that could change the trajectory of our company. And in this case, that was our launch pad to getting more investors. So prior to this, we in 2019, 2020, probably talked to over 100 investors. Everyone said no. I almost gave up on raising venture capital money. Got into Y Combinator, and we raised $30 million in that year, year and a half. So being lucky is important, but you need to make sure you put yourself out there to get that luck. So my closing kind of statement or paragraph would be, we talk, I think I've heard someone mention it, entrepreneurship is glorified. It's glorified in movies and shows. People say it's like really fun and amazing. And, it looks so amazing to be at the top and to have a business and have all these employees, but it's truly a grind. It's not fun having to work 70 hours a week, every week for the last 5-6 years. It's not fun having to fire people. It's not fun that you don't really get to take vacations and you're thinking about business all the time. But the best way I can describe being an entrepreneur is that my life is on a, if an average person's life is on a scale between 1 and 10, 1 being a really, really challenging, really challenging, and 10 being an amazing euphoric feeling. I think most people live in the range between 5 and a 7. Your really, really bad days at work are only a 5, because you can still go home to your families and you can quit your job and you can think of, you can shut off and not have to think about work. But on the greatest days, you're a 7, right? You get a promotion, you get a raise, and that's why, things are going really well. As an entrepreneur, I think we live in a 2 to 10 range, and most of the time it's closer to the 2, 3, 4, and 5 than it is to the 10s, because you have to make a lot of challenging decisions, and it is just challenging, but it's also a 10. And those days when it's a 10, when you sign a term sheet and raise a ton of capital, take out secondary, land a huge account, are mentioned in Forbes magazine, those days are the 10s. And that honestly makes it all worth it. So I'm willing to sacrifice, and every one of you should be willing to sacrifice and have really, really tough days, but know that you're working, because there are days when you'll feel so amazing. You'll feel on top of the world, a feeling that most people won't ever experience. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate you coming and speaking with the students today. And Surabhi, closing thoughts for you on this piece of the keynote.
Chris, I almost had goosebumps while listening to Andy's story. Thank you so much, Andy, for sharing your thoughts and inspiring stories with our studentpreneurs. I'm sure there were lots of key takeaways for them: how to lead, how to learn while going on the journey, and things to keep in mind while taking an investment from an investor. Thanks once again. And Chris, I guess it's time now for our winner announcement.
This is the big moment we've all been waiting for, and the students have been waiting for. So we're going to welcome Mohan back on stage. Mohan, thanks for joining us. A reminder to everyone, if you're just tuning in, Mohan had an interview earlier on. He's the managing partner at Good News Ventures, and it's a pre-seed and seed stage venture firm based in York Region here in the GTA, and investing in high growth technology companies across America. And he's been also a guest lecturer in the program. Now he's joined us to announce the winners. So what's going to happen? First, Mohan is going to tell us second place. Then when that happens, I'm going to invite a member of the India team from the startup to say a few words, and a member of the Schulich team if they wish to say a few words. Then Mohan will introduce the first place team. We'll celebrate that. And the student entrepreneur from India will have a moment to speak and express their thanks, and then a member of the Schulich team. Then we turn over to Ankur as the lead judge, and as appointed, maybe an election that happened in the back or something like that, Ankur, but you're the lead judge. So you're going to give us your thoughts from the judging panel as to what you thought about the whole group and specifically about these two. So Mohan, with that, I'll turn it over to you. Everyone get ready to go wild and celebrate in the chat and cheer on what happened, and we'll go from there. Mohan.
Yeah, this is exciting, but bear with me. I just want to say a few words, and I've had the interview earlier on as well. Thank you, Chris. For our team at Good News Ventures, and it has been an absolute pleasure working with you, Chris, and your team over the past several years. To be honest, it's so amazing to see how the event has evolved with a successful partnership with you at Schulich School of Business and the Startup India's collaboration with the Indian government. And certainly, congratulations to you and the team. I actually had the pleasure of being a mentor at the last 2 years and had the pleasure to be a judge this year for the semi-final pitch as well. Moreover, as you mentioned, I was part of the student, part of the entrepreneurship management course as well. So first of all, I would like to thank all the participants. I mean, whether you are the finalist or not, who have put in your time and energy to showcase your innovative ideas and creative solutions that have a potential to transform the world. I mean, you had like so many inspirational speeches earlier on, and I think your entrepreneurial spirit and passion for creating new products and services is truly inspiring. And being an entrepreneur is not an easy thing to do, as you just heard as well. You need passion. You really have to believe and believe in that vision you're building, perseverance, and you have to take a lot of rest. And I commend you all for taking that step towards entrepreneurship. And in recent years, both India and Canada have seen remarkable growth in the startup ecosystem. And there's a tremendous potential for collaboration between the two. As Shivangi and Dr. Swarbi, I mean, you mentioned earlier on, India is home to one of the fastest growing startup ecosystem in the world. And as I mentioned earlier, it's, on Canada is a hub for innovation as well as well-established ecosystem that supports startups. And I think all governments, alongside business, academic community, have actually made a significant investment to support and encourage startups to grow and thrive. So both countries have distinct strengths to complement each other, making it an ideal partnership for a startup, especially looking to expand globally. And we talked about the diversity in Toronto and Canada. It's a city with a multicultural hub with a significant Indian diaspora, right, contributing to the culture and economy. This diversity has contributed to rich and vibrant community where these ideas are celebrated and collaborations encouraged. So we've seen that after our past few years, we've experienced challenges from pandemic to climate change, and now with inflation, recession fears. But these times actually present opportunities for entrepreneurs like you all to innovate and solve global problems, and to make this a better place for us to live in, not just for us and for future generations. So Together 21, I mean, you're bringing together entrepreneurs, mentors, investors, ecosystem partners from India and Canada to tackle these challenges, and exciting times are ahead. So I had this privilege to announce the winners of the competition. And I think I can tell you, as a semi-final judge, it was an absolute difficult job to even select the finalist. And I cannot imagine, I don't know how the judges decided on the winners today, but it is truly a difficult decision. Ultimately, someone needs to be selected. But regardless, I think every one of you should be proud that you have taken a big, bold step, right, towards entrepreneurship. And you know what's even interesting? There were 4 out of the 6 finalists are women entrepreneurs. That's amazing. And, you know, focus on health, AI, climate tech. I mean, this shows how innovation and entrepreneurship is evolving to address immediate, real need to have a biggest impact in the world. So with that, I'm going to, the second place winner is Team Udon. Congratulations to the founders, Priya and Prisha, amazing presentation. And the Schulich students, I think from India, we have Harleen and Ankita, and then in Canada, you have Palak and Sarah. So congratulations, awesome job. And over to you guys for comments.
Yeah, so Team Udon, we'll welcome you on stage to share some quick responses and thoughts.
Yes, thank you. First of all, this was such an amazing experience because we had so many good mentors. And firstly, we'd all like to thank them because without them, we wouldn't have been here. And we made so many changes to our pitch deck throughout, and we made improvements. And I think we really are going to take away a lot from this competition. So I think more than the prize, that matters a lot to us. And we're extremely thankful that we got this opportunity. Anupriya, I think she wants to.
Please.
Yeah, I would just like to thank again for the platform, especially because a lot of competitions, what they have is that they just have a competition and then you get the winners and that's it, that's done. But here we actually got feedback from so many incredible people, from the Schulich people, and then you've got the additional mentors who came. So all of that really combined for this incredible experience where we improved upon our pitch, improved upon our project, and how even we spoke. Before this, I would say that we were not as confident, but then from feedback from the mentors and then on how to speak, and they even told us all of the little tidbits on that. So that really helped us along the way as well, and we were able to deliver our pitch to a satisfactory mark. So for that, I would like to thank the mentors and of course Together 23 as well. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you both. If anyone from the Schulich team, you don't need, it's not mandatory, but if anyone of the Schulich team wanted to say a quick word, you can put your hand up digitally and we would let you have a quick comment as well too. But if not, perhaps you just want to let the stage be to your Indian entrepreneur teammates, and that's great as well. Okay, thanks and congratulations to the team. Okay, Mohan, back to you, and we're going to talk about first place now.
Oh wow! Okay, so I guess I guess we were talking about drum roll, but congratulations! The first place winner is Stimula. Congratulations to the founder, Akshay and Ankit. Your presentation was awesome, and a huge shout out to the Schulich student, Karthik, Rishabh, Jimmy, and then here in Canada, Andrew as well. So, job well done! Congratulations, and awesome! This is awesome.
Great. So we'll bring the team up and get some comments and thoughts.
Thank you so much. This was one of the best competitions around, and as the previous team talked about as well, when we participate in any competition, it's always about us pitching. I think this competition was the first one where it was not just about us. It was a total team of people across continents, people who were helping us, mentors who we interacted for the first time and were super helpful. So I think this was a great combo, and overall experience was super cool, and we'd love to connect with the judges forward and all the people present here. That's it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anyone from the Schulich team who would like a comment?
I'd just like to say thanks for such an incredible event. It was an amazing experience to work with all the mentors, and a lot of hard work put in by all the teams here. So congratulations to everyone for making it this far as well, and thanks to everybody for organizing such an incredible event.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that and you sharing your thoughts. Okay, Anchor, now we will turn to you and we will ask you for your judges' comments.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot, Schulich. Thanks all Startup India. I think it's a great opportunity. Now we have been interacting for the last 2 years. It's wonderful to see the platform. Not an easy job. I don't know why I was chosen, maybe Sunday evening impact, but difficult. I must say that, we have evaluated a lot of startups, a lot of startup competitions. This was the one where we actually took more than 30 minutes to decide the winner. So that was the kind of competition we had. We deliberated on each one of them, and it was not an easy decision. And not many times I would say that, because the other 4 winners were just maybe in the range of 1.5 marks. That was the difference. In fact, for few of them, we even thought about reaching out to them and mentoring them and taking them to a next stage, even though they were not 1 or 2. So, but I think what really excited us, all the judges and the investors, were that these students, they are really thinking big. They are really solving the large social problems. like the team Udon, we just came to know after when we announced their name that they are 11th class students. You can never think of 11th class students having that much clarity and that passion. What stood out, and that is what I would like to point out, that entrepreneurship is something which every student should try. You should first try entrepreneurship. If you do not get anything, then go for a job, because it teaches you so many things. And what made these two guys and other four guys stood apart is largely the execution. One, the execution which you have done today, because idea in itself does not count even a 1 rupee. What counts is an execution, what counts is a team, what counts is a market scale, and more importantly, is the passion. Because you are gonna pivot, you're gonna change. Are you in a right market, right space with the right team? And that is what I think made us very clear and easy to put these two teams, maybe just one point ahead other than others. So on behalf of all the judges, I would really thank and congratulate all the 6 teams. Thanks once again. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thanks, Ankur, and appreciate you giving your comments on behalf of the judges. And I appreciate you. You've been there from day one, helping us out. And we're one of the first people to put up their hand and say, I'm in, I'm going to help do it. And that's why we love having you come back every year and to be that continuous voice throughout the program. So thank you for that. Surabhi, any quick thoughts before we go to our next guest?
Firstly, a huge congratulations to the top 2 winners and also to the other 4 winning teams. Because not that they have won, but they are lined up to see many more opportunities going forward. So go celebrate, you deserve it. Thank you, Ankur and Mohan, for your time and constantly supporting us for conducting this event. Looking forward to be engaging with you in future as well. Over to you, Chris.
Great. So yes, thanks again. And congratulations to the winning teams, the whole top 6. We have some important messages for you as we wrap up here, some important closing speakers who are going to share some thoughts as you go out and continue on your journeys. So next, I have the pleasure of introducing my friend Shai Noelman. Shai is an incoming instructor at the Schulich School of Business and also the CFO and co-founder of Montaro. Montaro is an e-commerce channel builder focused on Amazon. And Shai, before he headed down that path, he held equity research and consulting positions at Scotiabank and Omer's Ventures, and was also the right hand and advisor to one of our most famous angel investors in the country, Joe Mimran, on Dragon's Den. And so behind the scenes, he was working on a whole bunch of different deals and things for Joe and his investments. He's a wonderful Schulich alumni, an IBBA grad from 2004, and spends a lot of time coming back to help the school. He has also been a mentor in the program. And so he's going to bring words to the students today, speaking really on behalf of the mentors in the program and what that experience was like. Shai, welcome to the stage.
Thank you for the warm introduction, Chris. I hope my remarks live up to that intro. So, when I saw that the schedule for today and realized that I'd be speaking right after they announced the winners, I thought to myself, how am I going to follow $20,000 in prize money? And so then I decided that maybe I should use this opportunity to acknowledge some of the winners that we may not have seen on the podium today. And so first off, the biggest winners. We should all be celebrating our every single student team. For the past 3 years that this event has been running, I'm continuously blown away by the talent that it draws in terms of creativity, drive, business acumen, tenacity, and enthusiasm. More importantly, the growth mindset exhibited by these entrepreneurs allows them to iterate and refine repeatedly on their projects, often in the face of some pretty blunt and discouraging feedback from, unfortunately, myself and my fellow mentors. And while all the teams may not be going home with a trophy, as the wonderful Stimula and Team Udon are, but I would argue that they've all won something much more important. The skills, perspectives, memories, contacts, and friendships they formed are foundational for their personal and professional development going forward. The Schulich School of Business, my wonderful undergrad alma mater, and Startup India are also great winners. They've helped develop yet another cohort of fierce entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship-minded professionals. With that, not only have they advanced their mandates, but also their reputations as epicenters of startup activity in both India and Canada. Our generous partners, speakers, and sponsors are winners too, because in exchange for their kind support, they've been associated with one of the greatest and fastest growing startup ecosystems in both countries. And finally, if you would indulge in a moment of self-interest, I'd like to count my fellow mentors and judges and myself among the winners. Not only have we won the opportunity to pass our knowledge and expertise onto these young entrepreneurs and meet some incredible people in the form of our fellow mentors and judges, but on a personal note, I found those Friday morning sessions inspirational. I have to admit that Fridays are tough in startup life, kind of like in every other day, because after a long week of constantly fighting fires, I'm occasionally tempted to ease up a little bit. But after an hour of experiencing the passion and grit of the Bye Bye Waste team and the brilliant insights of BK Sethi and Soham Mondal as mentors, as I'm sure my other fellow mentors have experienced in working with their teams and their fellow judges, well, I can say that effectively served as a big kick in the butt to make sure that my Fridays are as productive and as forward thinking and as resilient as all my other days, and incentivizing me to finish the week strong. And so I urge all of us to think of ourselves as winners. And most importantly, like I said, the student teams, because of everything we've gained, trophy or not. And so I would like to provide my heartfelt thanks to Chris and the Schulich team, and Surabi and the Startup India team, and all the other participants for putting on yet another wonderful together event that has made winners of us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shay. Thank you for your time and also sharing the inspiring thoughts with our audience. Looking forward to see you next season as well.
Thank you for the invitation.
Chris, I'm already dropping a slot for Shay next season.
That's amazing. Shai, we're going to get you back in, of course, as a mentor next year. And that was a great set of closing thoughts. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll see you on campus. Okay, next up, we have the opportunity to introduce Jennifer Debeni, the Minister Commercial, the Canadian High Commission to India for the Government of Canada. And Jennifer took up her position as Minister of Commercial Affairs at the Canadian High Commission to India in October 2022. In this role, she's responsible for Canada's commercial relations with India, Nepal, and Bhutan. And she's previously served as Canada's Consul General for South India from 2016 to 2018, and has a wonderful, long, and contributing career towards the relationship between our regions and our countries. And we're really happy to welcome her here today to share her thoughts and bring her greetings. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Chris. And good morning, everybody back in Toronto, and good evening for those of you who are in India. I'm really pleased to be here and sharing this virtual space with all of you. At the outset, I would really like to congratulate the Schulich School of Business and Startup India for coming together to host this excellent initiative. Through this, you have gathered some of the top young tech talent from both countries to help create the technologies of the future. And congratulations to all the participants for the spirit of entrepreneurship that you have demonstrated. And of course, particularly to the winners, your vision and tireless efforts have resulted in an excellent and impressive achievement. I really think that this event is an excellent example of how Canada and India can work together to benefit not only our two countries, but also the global community. We're really in a pivotal period for the world as it emerges from the unprecedented challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the disruption of supply chains caused by the pandemic and also by the war in Ukraine. It is more critical than ever for us to come together to build back our economies better and forge a more secure future. One of the crucial pillars of our broad-based Canada-India bilateral relationship is collaboration in technology. Canadian capabilities and expertise in innovation, industrial research and development, and technology commercialization align with Indian priorities, including researcher mobility, science education reform, and gender parity in STEM. We have already seen major commercial successes in the Canada-India Technology Partnership. I'll just touch on a few examples. Right now, Mahindra and Mahindra customers experience a more intelligent in-car driving experience with Canadian software technology. We have Canadian technology provided by Clearford, treating water and wastewater across India, including in some very small and remote areas. Millions of Airtel and Jio subscribers add money to their accounts every day using software that was developed in Ottawa. And Canadian software also helps millions of Indian taxpayers e-file their income taxes each year. These examples demonstrate what Canadian and Indian innovators can achieve when they come together to find solutions to address the needs of individuals and businesses. I am convinced about the potential to do more together because of the range of well-established institutional partnerships and programs we already have in place. I will just mention briefly the Canadian International Innovation Program, which is currently funding joint R&D projects in partnership with India. We actually have 8 PDA companies in India right now, and they are involved in power and electrical grid, the power and electrical grid sector. I'll also mention some of the other really interesting work that's going on. Grand Challenges Canada has been working to support innovative solutions in maternal and children's health. The Canadian India Accelerator Program has had great success in supporting female technology and innovation entrepreneurs. I'll also mention that Canada has really built an innovative ecosystem that connects foreign and domestic ingenuity and creativity through a variety of international initiatives, incentives, and funding programs. Many of you will know we have 5 technology superclusters in India that support leading companies choosing to innovate in Canada through market-facing collaborative partnerships with academia and government. Just touching briefly on the Toronto-Waterloo corridor, this corridor alone has more than 15,000 tech companies, including more than 5,000 startups, and nearly 300,000 employees in high-tech industries. It also has an exceptional talent pipeline with more than 420,000 students across 16 post-secondary institutions. Canadian universities like the Schulich School of Business are doing an admirable job of creating linkages between Canada's innovation ecosystem and students like those involved in this challenge. This competition really provides an excellent example of how students can be challenged and pushed to achieve excellent outcomes. More and more Canadian universities and colleges are collaborating with Indian institutions in research, joint programs, and student and faculty exchanges. We're aware of over 550 such collaborations operating across all disciplines. Canadian universities are certainly known for their student-centric approach, which gives students the support and flexibility to broaden their horizons and excel in the areas that they are passionate about. Canadian universities are also known for their innovative programs, such as co-op education and entrepreneurship opportunities that offer real-life work experience, whatever your level of study or focus may be. The strength of the Canada-India bilateral relationship and of our people-to-people ties between our two countries really position us to leverage further opportunities to their full potential. Entrepreneurs and potential entrepreneurs like yourselves will be important drivers to achieve this goal. So again, congratulations to all the winners and to all the participants in this competition, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for taking out time and sharing your thoughts. We look forward to collaborating with Canada and bridge the gap between India and Canada startup ecosystem with bringing in new innovations and new partnerships. Thank you once again for your time. Really appreciate it. Next, we have a video message from Mr. Sanjay Kumar of India to Canada, Government of India. Mr. Verma entered into the Indian Foreign Services in 1988. He was stationed at the Commission of India and has been an active part of embassies of India with various countries, and to name a few, it is Vietnam, Turkey, before serving as the Consul General of India in Milan, Italy. High Commissioner Verma is deeply passionate about IT, AI, cyber diplomacy, delivery of public people-centric services using these technologies. We are really looking forward to hear from Mr. Verma. Vito, can we have the video up, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies for not being present here today amongst you in person. Thanks to Schulich School of Business for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you, but at the same time to learn from your deliberations and the way forward that you think should be undertaken by the two countries together. Together 2023 is built upon a successful foundation provided by Together 2022, which witnessed a number of conversations between the entrepreneurs and innovators of the two countries. The importance of entrepreneurship and innovation cannot be underestimated. They are in fact the building blocks for the future of the countries we live in, for the future of the societies we live in, and also for the future of the world at large. Many a times, these building blocks would provide opportunities for cooperation and collaboration. And I'm sure the innovation ecosystems of the two countries will take this opportunity seriously and try to move forward in creating more opportunities for each other. But let me also remind you that whenever there are cooperation and collaboration, there is also competition, a healthy one, a healthy competition. So therefore, let the two ecosystems, let the two innovation ecosystems be ready for all threes: cooperation, collaboration, and competition. The startup ecosystem in India today is the third largest in the world. It has more than 60,000 startups, and it is increasing. The number is increasing at an immense pace. Many of these startups in India have given incremental innovations, but also complete solutions. Both of these have enriched the Indian society, India, and in fact, many collaborators outside India as well. Therefore, it is very important to find new opportunities for the two startup ecosystems and innovation systems in Canada and in India through the process of cross-mentoring, which is what this platform provides. So if we have Indian entrepreneurs and innovators mentoring Canadian entrepreneurs and innovators, and in the reverse direction, similarly, the Canadian entrepreneurs and innovators mentoring Indian entrepreneurs and innovators, this will create a huge opportunity for both of us. This will take us forward, not individually only. This will take us forward jointly, together. And that is what this event is all about. When we collaborate and cooperate, we create products and processes. Indian startup ecosystem has been rated one of the best for creation of process development, process innovations. And therefore, both sides, the Indian side and the Canadian side, could get together in this particular case and try and develop new products, new processes, new products and new processes which can enrich the societies we live in, but also it can enrich those societies which are finding difficult to strive for fulfilling the SDGs. There are two distinct domains for these innovations, digital and physical. In digital domain, India is very well known, and therefore there could be a few lessons which both of us can learn from each other in digital domain, Canada is fairly strong in the physical domain. So Indian entrepreneurs and innovators would love to collaborate with Canadian innovators and entrepreneurs who are developing physical products in order to see if those products could be produced more cost effectively in places of production where it will be able to make a difference for both of us. In that context, may I suggest that the organizers can look at organizing hackathon in order to solve problems and issues that both the societies face today by using the collective opportunity through cooperation and collaboration of the two innovation and entrepreneurs ecosystem. At the end, please allow me to wish all the best and to all the participants and the organizers, and I look forward to Together 2024, where I should be able to participate in person. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, dhanyawad.
Well, we really appreciate having the High Commissioner join us today. The High Commissioner's Office of India to Canada has been a great supporter of the program throughout the years, and we appreciate everything they did for us this year. Also want to take this moment to give a shout out to the Consul General's Office of India to Toronto, who has been a tireless supporter in the background in terms of making things happen. So both of those offices have been wonderful partners. And Surabhi, we'll go to our closing video, and then we'll have just some quick comments from each of us.
Great. Our last closing video is from Ms. Astha Grover, Head Startup India. She has been heading Startup India and has been the founding member of the team and has helped grow the startup ecosystem to the third largest startup ecosystem in the world today. Astha has been on the member committees of many government steering committees as well. And besides holding the decade-long experience in consulting, banking, and entrepreneurship, she has also been academically meritorious and has been a CBSE topper. Vito, we can have Astha's video as closing video.
Greetings to all industry stalwarts, students, leaders, and startups from India and Canada who are present with us today. Together, 2023 has been a fruitful and a successful collaboration between Startup India and Schulich School of Business. As we come to the close of the third edition of this coveted program, I hope that the boot camps that were conducted have empowered the students with the knowledge and skill sets required to ideate in areas that are of national and global importance, and transform these ideas to commercially viable business plans while developing a holistic understanding of the global ecosystems and the markets. With this, I would like to convey my sincere acknowledgements to Schulich School of Business, High Commission of India in Canada and Canada in India, Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade of Canada. My gratitude to one and all who have been a part of this journey and have helped us make this a successful event. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. We look forward to bringing in new collaborations and partnerships to support the studentpreneurs of both the countries. This is just the beginning of an exciting new phase, upwards and onwards from here. Greetings to all industries.
Wonderful. Again, Startup India, Astha Grover, incredible partners in this initiative, in this project from day one. Really happy to have those messages from her today. And with that, Surabhi, going to give you a chance for closing thoughts, and then I will share my closing thoughts with the group.
Chris, I just have a few people and organizations to thank. And on behalf of Startup India, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to everyone who made this event possible. A huge shout out to you, Chris, Vito, Shreya, and Swati, and the entire list of volunteers Without their dedication and hard work, this would not have been possible. I would also like to extend a special thank you to our guest speakers who took this time out from their busy schedules to share their insights and knowledge and making this a valuable closing ceremony. Lastly, I would also like to express my gratitude to all our attendees. Your presence and participation has made this event a great success. Chris, on the format, I'm so glad we could extend the format to multiple months rather than from last two editions wherein we were running a week-long cohort only. I've actually got some personal DMs as to how this has been more beneficial, and we are very happy that we could innovate on the program structure and the bootcamp ideation. Once again, many congratulations to all the winners and runner-ups of the program. I hope this was a fruitful engagement for you, and we are looking forward to bring in more collaborations. Chris, over to you. I hope I didn't bore you much.
Thanks for those thoughts, Surabhi. And like, first, thanks to you for being a great co-host today and for being fun to work with throughout the process. We should say thanks to both of our teams that are behind the scenes. I mean, you and I get to come out here on camera and do our thing, but behind the scenes, there's people like Shrey and Vito, and you've got people from your team that are there that have been supporting us throughout the process. So we really appreciate all the hard work. There's really, close to 100 hands that have gone into, or more than 100 hands that have gone into this behind the scenes, making it work. The mentors, the community partners, the trainers, the judges, everyone who has been a key part of the program here today, we want to say thank you to. I want to personally thank the students from the Schulich School of Business who have spent their time on this and their energy on the program. Without you, it would not be possible. I hope that you really heard what came across from a couple of the students who spoke here today in terms of talking about this team effort and what it meant to them. You heard the champion talk about what it meant to them to have a group of students from around the world that were behind them and working with them and supporting them in this endeavor. And I hope you also take this opportunity to stay connected to them, stay connected to your mentors. All these teams have the opportunity to unlock some lifetime relationships here. And with many of the past years, we've seen the students still working and collaborating together in the years that follow on the companies. We'll look forward to having those of you who were in the final two, our champions, those of you who were in our top six, and some surprises from beyond the top six, go on to do some amazing things, stay connected, and hopefully bring you back in the future to speak and lecture and guide future waves of students who are working on this exciting path. You've heard me say this before, some of you, but I'm going to say it for the wider audience here today, is that when you come into a competition like this, what matters is what happens the day after you win, the day after you don't win, the day after, how do you pick yourself up, continue, and what do you do with the opportunity that you have? Many of the championships that I've been involved in, or the external competitions that I've been involved in, it is the second place team, the third place team, the 8th place team, the 20th place team that rises to have the greatest finish in the end. So I hope that all of you will take the experience, the insights, and the energy that you have from this experience, apply it to your great dream and your great idea, and continue forward to do amazing things. We've loved working with you. We've loved the care that you have for changing the world, the way you've rallied around the social purpose, the sustainability concepts that are embedded in the heart of this program. And on behalf of the Schulich School of Business, York University, Startup India, I give you my final congratulations and thanks, and look forward to seeing you online in the future as you continue to build your ventures. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening in India and a great rest of your day in Canada.